Guess We're live. Gonna get started here. You have to wait for the market a little bit. Watch out if you're buying right now. Like we talked about last night, if it doesn't hold 2,900, it'll probably come down more. If you're on last night's stream, we were streaming last night. I said if 2910, 2,900 doesn't hold, it will break down. To anticipate that, if we were live when we were live last night, 10 p.m. like 10 hours ago, 10 hours ago we were live. I did say if 2910, 2,900 doesn't hold, it could break down. Might be buys setting up for today. Powell speaks at 10 in a little bit, 2 hours. So market could even try to drop down between now and then. Powell speaking in a little bit, and then even tomorrow. Big news tomorrow. Price is dropping pre-New York session. We know it went up a lot last night, like start of the week. Start of the week, it just started ripping up. And now it's come down for New York session. Almost at the quarter, 75. Maybe we get around. I'm thinking more buys today, like reversals, but it could flush down. What time is it? 8:04. Could try to flush down some more until 9:30, 10 range, because Powell speaks in 2 hours, so still a lot of time till he speaks. Might be safer to wait maybe till he speaks instead of looking for buys right now. Might not be the right time, even though it's prices dropped. Could still flush out. It's come down to a good retracement area, previous resistance. There's just a chance when he speaks the market has some volatility where it wicks down, maybe tries to flush out some more, but potentially buys setting up for New York today. Don't know how that's really gonna go, if it's gonna stick now or maybe later more with Powell speaking. Don't know if he's testifying, so don't really know what to expect here. It depends on what he says. So it's not like a news event. It's not a news event where there's a number coming out, a forecast. It's the guy speaking, so whenever he speaks the markets listen, and then they'll react. There'll be volatility. They'll react in certain ways. It could price could fluctuate, get volatile in the moment a little bit before. It could go down. It could fluctuate down, fluctuate up and down. Might not be the best time for buys right now, even though it looks good like it's setting up. If you're buying now, you could potentially anticipate price going lower around the news even, or by the news by that time. I think today, got to kind of sit on your hands if you're looking for the buys. Still, even though they're maybe setting up here, big drop. In case right now, might not just go up from here, might come down more, try to flush out before going up. But I do like potentially buy setups today. We just got that Powell speech coming up, so I have to just stay patient for that. Buys could potentially set up maybe between 9:30 and 10:30. Still a while, 90 minutes to 2 hours potentially. Kind of gotta wait and see maybe if the market provides a lower entry, a lower price, 28.75, maybe even lower. If everyone's buying right now, expecting buys today, could try to find some lower prices for that within, let's say, the next 2 hours. It's definitely something of potential. So I'm gonna keep out for buys today. Later today, maybe between 9:30 and 10:30. If the market, especially if the market keeps dropping all morning, if it just keeps dropping, then try to wait that out. Not chase price too early. Try to wait it out a bit. If it drops all morning, it's like it'll set up for a buy at the eventually after the news end of London session. Like if it just keeps dropping, extending, it's better. Buys look good, but still could be just like a timely thing because this guy's speaking. Who knows what he's gonna say about the market? Maybe he says something that brings some demand for gold. He could trigger a buy for gold, and maybe that could push prices down. Like he could trigger a buy for gold, and it could push prices down still, and then go up later. So, patient day, I'd say. Even though market looks like it's setting up, coming down. 4 hours still looks bearish. We'd even have to wait for this 4 hour, potentially the next one. Like we no 4 hour bullish close. 4 hours still bearish here. So it'd even be better to wait the 4 hours out, see if they flip more bullish. And just wait overall. Wait. I know we caught a buy last night. It was just kind of like buy the dip at the right time for the moment. Didn't stick. It went up. If you caught buys yesterday, we were talking about it on stream last night. We caught buys. That didn't stick, but it was a good moment for where price was, like where we were, where price was, what it just did. It was good to be on the charts at that time last night. So yeah, today's plan, looking for buy setups, still on gold, gonna kind of monitor the chart, see if any buys hit. But still feel like there could be lower prices still. I don't think it'd be quite ready yet. Still think gotta wait, maybe 9:30, 10:30 range. Which is right now it's 8:10. So let's just chill maybe. Don't even gotta watch price all the time. 28.75 or lower would be a good area if it really just wicked down, came into. Saw some like kind of like last week what happened at 28.50. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on gold. Keep an eye on gold today. Bitcoin up, down, down, up. What's new? Not much to talk about. Bitcoin's been, I think after tomorrow. Well, tomorrow there's major news in the morning. And Thursday, so it's kind of like 3 days in a row where it's, 4 days in a row of high impact news. Today starting off with a speech. Anytime someone speaks, there can be volatility as they're speaking, during the speech, especially maybe like 20, 30 minutes after. Trump spoke yesterday. Market had a lot of volatility yesterday. But then even tomorrow, it's like today we got boom, one. Tomorrow you got CPI in the morning. And then boom, again. And then the next day, PPI, unemployment claims, and then boom, Friday. So it's going to be a lot of kind of back and forth, boom, boom, boom. Back to back to back to back news. It could be one of those weeks where you find two good setups in the week. You're not chasing price. Could be a lot of volatility with how the market sets up, but I mean, if we look at structure right now, if we zoom out, maybe we can clean this up now. I don't need this. If we 28.50, 28.75 is close. You can see we're still technically like in an uptrend here. We're still going higher. So we are pulling back. Like we could, see this area here. I say we're looking for buys. Be patient today. Maybe 9:30, 10:30 range. We find something, especially if like price were to go lower and just we're not in a trade and price dumps. Could be a time that if it dumps down into this area and you're not in a trade, good time to kind of be sitting on your hands and looking for that buy if it does dump down into that zone, because it has been following the uptrend on these retracements. Pretty much like every drop it's done. Like here you had an interesting situation where the market had a drop and then it went up, but then it dropped even more. After that it rallies back up, continues. A lot of these retracements have been good to follow. Or these drops you've seen on gold. Is this the last one? Who knows? Who knows? I'm not gonna call it top or anything. Like this is the top. I'm just gonna kind of follow the way we've been going with the charts the last month until that kind of bends over. Well, but yeah, you can see all these drops. Like you go back on gold, pretty much every drop has led to nice continuation. When you have, something like this, say. Over here, you see this nice drop. Market was trending up there. Market was even trending up there. And that day, that period of time right there, you had a pretty decent drop, right? On the 1 hour here, you had a pretty nice drop. And then it recovered. And then it retraced that, it recovered, started trending up. Pretty much an entire week. It went up the rest of that entire week. Right there. So maybe today, like, see these bigger drops? It turns into, see how those are bigger than what we have right now, right? Pretty sure those are bigger drops. If we look at all these drops, you got like let's see. You got this one here, over here. That's a pretty big drop. I think the market's actually dropped that amount more. Yeah. Could extend. It could try to go into where the candles are, the body of the vault, like here. So what you see here, where I'm circling, how price starts to move from there, and it just goes up, goes up, goes up, goes up. It keeps going up, up, up. So a lot of volume came from here, where I'm circling. The drops, though, pretty much when they're like this, it's pretty much like the same size. I have all these bigger drops we've seen, like in the last month. We had a big one here, which was dropping since Friday. It dropped Friday, Sunday opened, and then it just, after that, you can see, this is a 1 hour, you can see an engulfing candle right there. After that engulfing candle, the market just accelerates. See this green candle? It's like that day you had, or those days you had a really big drop pretty quickly, and then reversed here. Afterwards just carries up. So you have these bigger, this was a really big drop here that you can see would have been pretty, part of it would have been really quick. See here, all these candles dropping, that pretty quick movement down. Like overall, there's like 2 drops in there, but it's a really big one too, right? You can see overall, price comes from here. There's 2 big drops in there though. There's the first drop, pull back, second drop. But overall, it's like you got this big drop here overall in price. And then you get some rejection candles kind of at the bottom of it there. you've had a few of those. I mean, if you look at gold, like you've had a few big drops on price. Here's one that looks sort of similar to the one we're getting right now. The one we're getting right now is a bit bigger, actually. Starting to be. Like here. Price again, just that day dropping pretty fast. There's rejection candles at the bottom. So like candlesticks that, you can see this green one here. After that, it starts to go up more. So I mean, even watching the 1 hour for like a rejection candle could be just a safe play today. Like right now, if we go to the 1 hour, there's no rejection candle. Even just watching like the hourly for like a bullish engulfing. A good strong bullish candle to come in on the hourly. Like if you look at a lot of these local bottoms. So what I mean by local bottom, I mean these points, like right here, there's a bottom. 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 I just marked 4 bottoms, right? If I go to the candles and look at them, they all start with a rejection. Now some of those rejections go faster than the others. Some of them go longer. If you look at all these bottoms, maybe have a candle rejecting at some point. Or 2. Like the one I'm circling right now. For instance, that price is dropping. And then you get a rejection candle, next couple candles go up. And then you have one down here that I'm circling. So if you look at all the bottoms, kind of the local bottoms here. Like I said, if you're buying, I would be aware. I wouldn't buy, like I said, maybe 9:30, 10:30 range. Powell speaks at 10, so from now until the time he speaks, market could find lower pricing. Like I said, it could try to find lower pricing from now until when he speaks. I'm not selling anything here because it's already dropped. If anything, like I'm kind of like, I missed. Like, I'm like, at this point, I'm like, okay, I have to sell here. Could have sold at 20 last night, or no. At this point, I'm like, no. It already dropped $60. So for me, I'm not looking for the sell right here. It already dropped $60. Personally, I'd rather look for a buy the dip scenario, retracement, rather than maybe I end up selling a bottom. It could keep dropping, but it's not really how I, You could watch the hourly for a rejection candle, or like the 30-minute at the smaller time frames for scalp. Like if you're watching a 15-minute right now, it's like maybe the 15-minute closes bullish, and I could see if this is a start of a move for scalping that sticks. Like always watch the different time frames for rejection candles, like hourly. The lower you go, the more it can turn into it's not so much ready, or the confirmation that the market wants. Like a 15-minute closing bullish doesn't just mean like, oh, the market's just going to go up forever from here. It could be more for that moment. Does it stick? Does it hold for that moment? If a 15-minute candle closes bullish, it's kind of like where you are in price at the time. Doesn't mean, oh, a 15-minute close bullish, price should go up forever here. Maybe it's in the moment like a confirmation. But you could keep an eye on like the 1 hour, 30-minute. I wouldn't sell here personally. I don't. Someone asked if it's a sell at 84. Personally, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying sells here. What I'm saying, I'm not saying sells here. I'm saying more like angling for the buys. Like it could go up from me. It could go up from where it's at right now. We don't know with the Powell speech today. It could drive up, all right, or it could try to come find lower pricing. So I'm more on the angle for looking for buys today. More on the buy side for the market. Maybe they're buying the dip. Who knows? Maybe they buying the dip. Maybe they buying the dip. Have to wait, No, yeah, no sell is 84. Like maybe buys if anything, right? 84, but I don't want to say buy now and then Powell speaks and it dumps. You can keep an eye out for buys. Just be aware. Powell speech. Sells here. Oh yeah, at the 84. Oh yeah. True. We're selling. Yeah, sell. Okay, I see what you're saying. I like buys if anything today. Take an example. End of January, we sell there. End of January, we sold. See, I'm on the chart so much. You guys got to help me remember things too. when you have as much brain work as I have. End of January, we took sales 80. End of January 94 or 2800. Yeah, end of January. I see what you're saying. End of January sells, and then it went up for the buy. If anything buys today, like sells, obviously we know it could dump down, but maybe they want to dump it down more to buy the dip more. Because what if they're buying the dip for New York? We've seen them do that. Like they do. We've seen them do that. Like frig, man. How many times now? We've seen them buy the dip a lot for New York, like a lot of times. So it's like, I wonder if it's same situation we've seen. Like a buy the dip scenario for New York for today before Powell speaks. As Powell speaks, I'm just bullish today. I don't care if it's like, the market drops more, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'd say I'll accept being wrong. I'm looking for the buys today. I like the buys today. If I'm wrong, I'm not gonna try reversing being wrong. I'm just gonna accept being wrong, move on, because I like the setup. That it's kind of showing on the chart. It's kind of just like today's plan. What if it's a buy the dip? It's the biggest dip we've seen yet coming into this time. 30-minute might be rejecting. Nah, 30-minute, a bit. 30 minutes, it's trying to form a bottom wick. Did it come to 75? No. Yeah, like 30-minute showing like some rejection there. 15-minute might close bullish. It took out the low. It took out the lows. So we took out the lows here as well. Around the 2900 psychological level. We took out these lows. We could go back to 2900 at least, potentially, like today. But we took out those lows. Liquidity, underneath the lows. $84 and in January here, boom, boom. So that's what you're saying here, maybe. Is that what you're saying? 28.84? Because it sold down and then retraced back up, then went down one more time. Retracement, flushes down again, then goes, or just sticks the area. Like, to me, maybe a buy the dip scenario. What's silver? Even silver's been crashing all. I don't trade silver, but like to look at it sometimes. Crashing out. I don't want to see if buys like stick for the day. If I want to get in buys, see if it sticks for the day, holds maybe for some hours. Sometimes have no fear. So I said last night. Last night I said it'll. I feel. Last night I said I feel like it could have. London might be a lower price or New York tomorrow. Last night, some of what I said was like New York tomorrow could be where it's even. It could be trading lower, and I'll buy the dip for New York with the news that happened last night. Like it just moved up some pips. Like it looks like buys setting up for today. So just that's what I'm saying. Like today buys are setting up for me. Right, I'm gonna be looking for buys today. If you're asking if it's a good entry, like it depends on how you look at it. Like where are you putting your stop loss, right? I'm probably gonna use a bigger stop loss today and have like a max risk. Like if you're putting your stop loss far, then it could be a good buy entry. Like remember, I don't always have a crystal ball to the market, guys. I'm human just like you guys. I don't know what Powell's gonna say. I don't know how the market's gonna move at 10. So, is it a good entry? Who knows? Like it depends on how you're looking at it. Look at price. Is it a better entry than where it was last night? Definitely. Like it's a buy the dip scenario. Strategy. So the market could go rip from here. The market could just go up from here. Like that's the thing. I'm not a robot. It could just rip. Like the market could just go up, right? It could rip up, hold this area, right? The market could do anything, right? We're all humans, right? We're not robots. I wish we were, and we knew 100% of the time what the market was gonna do. This thing could just rip up today. Like maybe I'm wrong, and it doesn't go down at all, and it just rips up, right? Like it looks like a buy the dip, like a potential buy setting up, right? Maybe there's lower prices when Powell speaks or volatility later on, but yeah, see that 30-minute just rejected. Now this next one, the gold could just rip up today. They could be trying to buy the dip, and it just ends up ripping back above 2,900 today. That could happen, right? With how price is trading right now. Like if you look at again, this is why for the last 20 minutes I went over this. If you look again at remember what I was just saying, like in the last 20 minutes. If you look at every time it's really dipped, right? If you look at all the drops. So again, I'm going to show you one more time. I'm going to show you guys one more time, all right? One more time. So again, if you look at every drop, right? Here's a drop. Here's a drop. So you look at them all. Every drop, even the smaller ones. I'm going to go to the little ones too, right? So you look at all these drops on gold. Even when you zoom in and you look at some of these ones in here. Even these, right? Which are smaller, right? Look at these drops. Look at this drop right here. Really quick drop. Boom, rebound. Drop right here, right? So if you kind of see what I see, you might if you understand what I'm showing you, you might understand what I'm saying, right? Like if you can see what I'm talking about here, then you should understand kind of where my head's at with what today could potentially do, right? If you look at gold, again, one more time, I'm going to show this today because I've showed this a lot in the month. I've been showing this as these drops have been happening too in the month. You have a drop here, what happened after? You have a drop here, what happened after? You have a drop here, you have a drop here, you have a bigger drop here, right? As you go up on the chart, you have a big drop here. You even have some smaller ones, like my eyes see, like look right here. Look at this fast big drop right here. It's fat. I say big because it's how fast it happened. Because how quick it did that. So you have all these drops. See? So if you can kind of see what I'm showing you, then, and I went over this last night too. Big drop. Look at every drop. 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 Last week, drop, 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 right? So, if you understand, right, what I'm showing you here, it could be a buy the dip scenario. Who knows if it could be a good entry where if it pushes up today, then it's you gotta watch price, navigate it today. It's a tricky day. Powell speaking. Who knows if he says some shit that ends up making the market just whip down real quick, find good entries. Wish I had that, Chris. Wish I had. But I watched the magic arrows. I drew this. I drew last night. This right here, I drew last night. Like I drew this chart last night, right? I drew this markup last night. We talked about this last night, so maybe the magic arrows. Maybe the magic arrows. It might be a day where the magic arrows play out. Maybe not the best. Maybe not finding the entry price right away, but it could flow with the magic arrows, right? It could go in line with the magic arrows today. We call them. I'd look for buy entries. Like we could have just had one at like 82, 84. Maybe a quick Pippin dip, right? We could have just squeezed a quick buy in there. Right? Could have been a quick little buy right there. And done for the day. Could have been a quick little Pippin dip. So I'd kind of just monitor gold, look for entries, try to scale in. If you can find entries on it, we just missed like a good entry 50 pips, 60 pips ago. Maybe the buys stick for the day, like if you can find entries lower than where it's at right now, because you obviously see it just reacted lower. But I treat like scenarios like this with gold. You go study gold even other months, like you'll see times where it's like trending, and inside of that trend it'll have like times where it dips when it has maybe a market that's going up. The question is if we're like up here at the top, like a big drop. Like my eyes are used to see like this. This looks like similar to some of the drop. Like my eyes are used to seeing like the shape of a nice drop or retracement in the market. It could be a part of an uptrend. Like this is a good uptrend because the market is forming higher highs. So like finding a setup, a really good swing setup takes like finding structure in the market. Like you want to find some trending waves already. So you can find that one setup in the middle of the trend. Once the market starts like picking a direction, like going up and then having like retracements down and then starting some structure moves up like here. Higher high, breaks out. Those are the setups you want to look for. They could be on the hourly or even on the 4-hour. Hourly retracement, like drops that happen. Kind of like the ones I was just showing you not too long ago, those drops on gold. These inside of a trend, maybe inside of a trend, what I mean by inside of a trend is something that's already moved, something that's gone up, something that's retraced. And maybe already done that first sign of waves. Maybe there's even like a reversal down here that we came from, like a lower area where the market traded from before going up. You want to find like something like this on an hourly or on a 4-hourly. Realistically, any time frame, but if you wait on an hourly for those drops, those dips. If it's an uptrend, if it's like, okay, this looks like an uptrend, we have some higher highs formed in structure. We have a high here, and market's showing me potentially some uptrend structure. One, you can identify I'm in an uptrend, right? You could be like, okay, I'm clearly in an uptrend on this, right? You don't have to look for buys or sells. You just kind of let the sells happen at this point. Like sit on your hands. Like let the drops happen. Like let it dump. Let it come back to maybe where it started moving bullish from. Like, let it come back so you can catch that next swing up, right? And that's how you find a really good trade setup, a good swing, right? Maybe through the month, right? When you're looking like, you got to identify market structure. It's kind of like finding the flow, going with some of the flow, like right here. Right, like getting these pullbacks in a trend. So this past month, there's been a lot of them. If you study this the whole way up, this past month, all up in here, right? When you go on the 1 hour, and if you go between the 4 hour and the 1 hour, you'll be able to see them all. Like even some smaller ones, pretty much every fast drop or bigger drop, all the way in this whole trend. That's where when you have a trending market, it's good to have a trending market. Trending markets take time to form. They're not always. Sometimes the market's consolidating. It's not always trending, right? That's why I say it's key to go with the trend, go with the flow. The trend is your friend. So part of trading is being an analyst too. Trying to identify a trend, like see if I can find a trend. Because if I can find that trend, I can go with that trend, right? You study gold. That's how you set yourself up for a good buy in an uptrend, right? You're watching the market for these dips inside of a trend. They will happen. They will happen when the market's trending. I've seen a lot of them. We're seeing one today that maybe holds. And I did say last night that it could come down to this resistance and react off of this resistance last night. I did say that. Price might be in the way. I don't know. Everything's probably gonna, some things. GBP Japan, look at that thing go. 187.5. Look at that here. Oh, I'll take the camera off. You can't see. GJ. If you put you mark every 50 pip on GJ, you'll get nice whole numbers. Every 50 pips on GBP Japan. And every 100, you gotta also look at the hundreds. I got the zeros, but every 50 pips, pretty nice on GJ. If you like kind of like extra levels of support and resistance with price, every 50 pips. Kind of like what I teach with gold. With gold, I teach a lot of like every $10, every $5, or like the whole numbers with gold, right? We talk about that pretty much every day, like every week, right? Whole numbers with gold, psychological numbers with gold, institutional numbers. We have different names. We have like honestly different but the same names for them. It's like the same shit, different pile type of name, like. Same, different names, same concept, right? Same stuff, like institutional numbers, whole numbers, psychological support and resistance, right? As simple as looking at it like that, support and resistance. So with GJ, we talked a bit about this last night because I think someone asked a question about with Japanese yen last night. So I talked a little bit about GJ. With Japanese yen, with GJ, like or currency pairs, you guys could go on my YouTube. There's an NZD USD video. I don't know if you guys have seen the NZD USD one or the GBP USD one. I don't know if you guys have seen those ones. There's one on NZD USD. There's an NZD USD one. Yeah, there's NZUSD one right here. This one, 8 months ago. Watch that one. I'm telling you, go watch that video. Go watch that video. The thumbnail, you can see the thumbnail, Master Support and Resistance, How to Trade Forex, Trading for Beginners in 2024. Go watch that video. That one's on, if you watch that, literally you'll understand how to do it on any other currency pair. That's on NZ. If you know how to do it on NZUSD, you'll know how to do it on AUDUSD. You should know how to do it on EURUSD then. Like there's another, I don't know which one, the GBPUSD one. I don't know where that one is. Somewhere in there. It's like one of those videos. Might be The Trend Is Your Friend. Nah. Oh, that's a good video though too. All these, go watch all the videos if you haven't seen them all yet. GBP Japan, 50 pips, but also the zeros are key. If you look at the 50 pips, so 0.5s, like the 0.50s, like even here, you can see like kind of like what we do for gold, a similarity for good, like where we just came from hours ago. These prices, the 0.50. So 0.50. So the 50s, the halves. 187.5, 188.5, 189.5. And those levels are good for GBP Japan. Even the zeros, so like I'd have to do a whole training on this because like you can also put the zeros, which is like 187, 188, 189, 190. So there's more lines than just this, like kind of with gold. Like with gold, we got every $5, every $10. Kind of stop right there. Like right here we got, you can see, I'll zoom in a bit. 192.5, 193.5. So in the middle, we literally have 193.0. 1.93 right in the middle. If you look at these prices and just like if you just mark these on your chart and just look at them, like just study them, just kind of go through them, skim through, look at the different time frames. So right here we got 193, 0, 0, so zeros, right? Zeros, key levels. You got 192. So it can look like a lot of lines, but you do get used to them. The more you're on the charts, like maybe in the beginning it might look like a lot of random red lines on the chart, but you do get used to them. So like kind of like with gold, 5s and 10s, but you can also just be like I see these I know react a lot, the 5s and even 75s. The zeros can be used as kind of like a guideline. What's gold doing? Gold probably just Pushing up. There's a 1 hour closing bullish potentially in 11 minutes. XAU, yeah, it's pushing up. The 1 hour closes in like 11 minutes here. Maybe it closes bullish. And then in the next hour, we got Powell speaking. See if the 1 hour closes bullish at here in like 11 minutes. Smaller time frames do it. Yeah, they still like pull back, push up, could come back down. That would be, maybe it comes back down to the 80s. Looks like the 1 hour, like you could always, like if you're buying a dip, like if you're looking at the 4 hour, anytime the 4 hour has had like a correction, waiting for rejection candles. Like there's a rejection candle here, it doesn't stick, and there's rejection candles down here. Waiting for like a support candle to come in. If the market's had an extreme bearish move, I'm on a 4 hour right now. Waiting for I call it rejection candle, a support candle to come in. That could be on the 4 hour. Maybe you're waiting for that to identify that on a 4 hour. The higher you go, the better the confirmation, the more accuracy, the higher you go. The higher you go, like if I'm waiting for a 4 hour, it's more accurate of a confirmation than say looking for a 5 minute, but 5 minute could be in the moment, 15 minute could be in the moment. This 4 hour, maybe inside of it there's a 1 hour rejection or a 30-minute rejection that was clear at some point. But like through different time frames, like a 4 hour is a really good time frame to do it on, to practice on, because you'll find more accuracy there to start off. Better understanding with the accuracy behind it. 4 hours is a good place to start off. Waiting for a support, we call them support candles, rejection candles, reversal candles. Right, this is a support candle. I mean, it's just simple. It's a green candle. It rejects, support comes in, buyers come in. When you're looking at drops, like we're getting a drop right now, waiting for a 4 hour bullish close. Like when you're getting some of these drops, like here, you have this nice drop down. It's the same, those are the drops we were looking at on the hourly. On the hourly, it would look, you know, bigger, faster. Right here, you have a support candle. So that green candle, that's, you know, a support candle. So it's as easy as waiting for that candle to form at times, even like on the 4 hour. Like if you look here, there's a big drop. See these smaller candles at the bottom here. Even letting those big drops happen, like way down here, see down here. So what's this? Again, just rejection candle, confirmation candle. See here, big drop. On the 4 hour, look at the bottom of it. You can see there's a green candle right there. Boom, it closes. So it's could be just waiting for even things like that on the 4 hour. As simple as waiting for when a big drop's happening in the market, a big retracement, waiting for the 4 hour to close bullish, to give you, waiting for the 4 hour to give you a support candle. That could be a simple confirmation. Depends on what you define SL being too big. What does that mean, SL too big? What does stop loss too big mean? Like, what does that mean? Stop loss too big. What defines a stop loss being too big for you? So like, explain to me in the chat, SL way too big or not. Explain what that means to me. Like, SL too big. What? Because if something's, is that going to keep you away from making money? Stop. No, I'm not going to take the trade because I got to put my stop loss here, so I'm going to miss out on making money. That's the wrong mindset. Like, there's a difference between wanting to make money and protecting yourself and still making money, right? Because, like, if you're going to say, stop loss too big, then you might miss out on the money, right? Because, like, if I'm risking $20,000 or $10,000 in a stop loss or $5,000, it depends on how much money you're risking. Because if I'm risking $10,000, $5,000, then it's different, right? Depends on how much money you're risking too. Because I know a lot of very profitable traders who just trade 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And they'll use big stop losses. I know some of the most profitable people I know use really big stop losses. Some of the most very profitable traders, guys that make 6-figure days, 6-figure weeks, use very big. The guys I know that make way more money than all of us put together use some of the biggest 200 pip stop losses on gold average. The guys I know that make huge money on gold, like big money, like what you make in a year, they is their stop loss, right? They use $20, $30 stop losses. The guys I know, they play defense, and they're obviously risking 50K on a trade, 100K on a trade, 20K on a trade. The guys that I learned from how to be defensive, like my mentors, they use 30. You should see the guys I learned from. They use $30 stop losses every day. $20, $30 stop losses on gold. And they make more money in a week, in a month than most traders will make, well, most people make in a year. The guys I learned from, they played defense. I know guys that use 200 pip stop losses on gold. They'll put 50 lots on a 200 pip stop loss. So do the math on what they're risking. The guys I learned from will put 50 to 100 lots on gold, 200 pip, 300 pip stop loss. Do the math. They never hit their stop loss though. They never hit their stop loss. Maybe once in a while they'll hit their stop loss. But they make money. They make money. They make money. How do you get to these people? You gotta network, man. Go out a lot. Go out in Miami. I used to go out a lot in Miami. Yeah, network. You gotta. I've been in this game for 10 years, so I know a lot of people. You gotta network. The guys, I know guys that will literally put 80 lots on gold, 200 pip stop loss. Come back the next day, 80 racks, 60 racks. like, it's a different game when you reach different levels. Risk to reward's not everything unless you are really a numbers person too. Like if you're someone like me who usually wins most of their trades, you don't really care about catching a 1-to-5. Because if you're someone like me who wins most of your trades and gets in and gets out of profit, you're not really worried about catching a 1-to-5, a 1-to-3. You're more worried about, I just want to make money today, right? Or on this setup. What's the setup? What is it? What's the setup pertained in front of me? Because I understand different dynamics of the market, right? I understand the market could just rip from here. It could just go up $50 from here, right? Sometimes being aggressive can pay off, but patience is key. But I know guys that 80 lots, for instance. Imagine putting 80 lots on gold. Just imagine that for a minute. 80 lots on gold. They'll take maybe 1-2 trades a week. Maybe that, maybe 1-2 trades a week, maybe. Sometimes more or less, but on average that. Some like they'll maybe one or 2 trades a week. So a couple a month, maybe 5 to 10 trades a month max. Because they're putting 80 to 100 lots or 50 lots, right? 20 lots on gold. So they're gonna make money. Whether they go up 50 pips, 100 pips, 60 pips, they're gonna make money. They're good at doing that part. I've learned from guys that are good at doing that. They'll one guy, every freaking trade, this guy would literally use a $20-$30 stop loss, but he'd always catch 100 pips. 100 pips. He'd always catch the swing, right? Stop loss would be like 200 pips, 300 pips, but would catch the whole. He would catch 220 pips. He would catch a banger, right? And I'm talking about having like 220K days. Like, I'm not saying the guy would use I'm not saying they would use 200 pips and catch 10 pips, 20 pips. No, they would catch a good swing. So they would, like, people I learned on gold. I learned from 3 guys. There's 3 different guys that I learned from gold. That the one guy's probably worth like $50 million. Trades gold heavy, like they put on risk. They put on risk because they look at how many times they're doing the operation. They're like, I don't gotta do this every single day to, excessively add up the risk. I understand their mindset behind it, especially when you have that much money. If you have $50 million in the bank and you throw 6 figures in an account, you're basically trading with if you're worth a high net worth and you throw 50K to 100K in account, you're worth 50 M's. You're like, that's like basically throwing $100, $1,000 in an account, $10,000 in an account for me, right? I've done that with like 20K accounts, 30K, 40K accounts, but there's guys who do that. Might sound like gambling, but when you're good at trading and you're waiting for a setup, can play out. But too big of a stop loss is when you're if you're looking at the money always, it depends on your trading style. Like if you're entering a lot, if you're scalping, you don't want to use a big stop loss. If you're taking multiple entries in a day, it's better to take quicker L's, smaller L's, so you can catch that next quick scalp. If you're swinging the market, what's a big stop loss? Like, you want to catch the trade. You want to make money, right? Like you want to be in the move. How do you get good at trading? It's catching moves. Otherwise, you're going to be too scared to enter moves. If you find every reason to not take a trade that's maybe a plan or a setup, no, it's too big of a stop loss. You might not build as much confidence in the skill set. Or acquired reaction timing. You guys see how much time on the streams you're with me, and it's like I react to things, respond sometimes to things. Yeah, it was a buy the dip. It was a buy the dip situation. I did say last night. This could, like I said, this could rip up today. Like, it could rip up. I was more prepared at the beginning on the side of it might go down first, and then find lower entries, but this thing might just rip up for the day. No, I'm not talking about Dr. No, man. Are you kidding? No. Bruh. I'm talking about no. You don't know the people I'm talking about. You don't know the people I'm talking about. Nah. great people. Shout out to them. But no. At that point, I don't reveal those types of secrets. I guess, yeah, those are my secrets to keep to myself. How many people and I were fake traders? I'm not gonna talk. No, we won't go there. We're not here for that. I'm a nice guy. I'm a great place. I'm was a great place, great products. There's no other company out there that has better products, but MLM's just it's MLM in general, bro. Like how many network marketers and people are, yeah, it's just foo-foo stuff. For me, at least. I wouldn't say everyone, but there's a lot of traders that are stuck in the learning phase. Like, this is what the thing about trading is like. I so I dedicated most of my time to trading, not network marketing. To be honest, all that stuff, going to events and calling people. I never wrote a list and called people and did there's stuff. I focused on the charts. 'Cause I was always a quiet person, never liked to talk to people. So I was just like, if I focus on the charts, I don't need to rely on anyone. So yeah, that was always my vision for myself. Was just being get good at trading. And who cares where everybody else goes? Who cares where this person went? What that person's doing? What company this person's joining? Who gives a? To be honest, who cares what they're worth? If they don't trade, then it doesn't really impact me, right? So someone on stream the other day was like, "This person's going to Gifu, this, and that," and I was like, "So, like, so." Doesn't really impact my life for what I can do. Once you have a skill set that pays your own bills, who's gonna pay your bills at the end of the week, end of the month, right? Oh yeah, Dimitri, wasn't that a gold guy? Gold mines back in the day. Oh, that guy too. Yeah, Tucker, right? Dimitri Tucker. Yeah, that guy. That guy was he's one of those guys that would big lots on gold. I'll show you some. I have screen of so many. I gotta go to my archives on my stories on my Instagram stories. Are we buying the dip for Powell? Just full margin it. I'm just gonna full margin buys today, guys. Fuck it. What? That's how I'm feeling now. That's how I'm feeling. I gotta go to my stories. That's what I'm doing right now for some PDFs I'm making for the inner circle. I'm trying to find old screenshots of stories. So on your stories, you can go to archives on Instagram and look at stories you posted. So I'm doing that right now, and I'm like, it's pretty impressive it's good to go back and always look at the process of things. I'm like, holy, going back, looking at some of what I was doing. When I was like focused, just like 4 hour, like, yeah, I might just go full margin it today, guys. Powell speaks soon. They're buying it. They might just rip it up today. This thing might rip up today. Hopefully it can go on better entries. Like I was able to sneak in a small entry like before stream and in the beginning, like small, but nothing crazy. Not the entry size I would have preferred to have put in this scenario, to be honest. Couple 0.2s, not a lot. I got a couple. I was able to get a couple 0.2s in earlier, but not really full. I want to be full margin on these buys. One of these days, I'm gonna find a full margin buy. Big day. One of these days, it's coming. It's loading. How long did it take before you? I still blow accounts. Come on. That's how you make 20K weeks like I do. And come on. How can I make 20K off of 5K? I still blow accounts. Yeah, but I analyze the risk to blow it. Like I analyze the upside, right? Like I'm risking 5K to try to go balls deep. Depends on the account size. Depends on the account size. If it's like a 5K account, I'm trying to go hard with it. Flip it to like 15, 20 in the week. Like I took 3,000 to 8,800 yesterday. So on those yesterday, I literally in like 6 hours I showed you guys. Damn, yo, it's about to get spicy, man. Damn, yo. Trump speaking too. Yeah, I'm gonna be live for Powell. Some guys, I used to see this Asian guy on YouTube, but then I heard he scammed a bunch of people who traded gold. It's an Asian guy, and I heard he scammed like a bunch of people. Like he got them all to put like money in an auto trader and then blew the accounts, or I don't know. I didn't look fully into it, but I was like, what the heck? I used to see this guy on like YouTube all the time. Like a gold guy, but I don't like the way he trades. He would scalp with like a 200 pip stop loss. Lot size on 50K account. Oh man, we'll see. Depends on the risk. It's like it depends on like the risk of the first trade. Like if I'm trading with 50K, then I'm not gonna be going. If it depends on like I'm trading with 50K, that's like I'm not gonna go as aggressive. Like if I have a 5K account, I'm gonna risk $1,000 to $1,500 on the first trade. Me personally. If I have a 5K account, that first trade I'm risking like $1,500 to try to scale the account up. It's all about that first trade, so it's staying patient when you're trying to go for like account flips. With the 3K account, 0.4, 0.4, 0.2. I started off with like 1.5 lots on the first trade and literally made $2,800. Let me see. What was it? It was like 0.4, 0.4, 0.45, 0.45, 0.45. 45 plus 45 plus 45 plus 15 plus 15 plus 0.2 plus, yeah, it was like a bit under 2 lots. I'm going full margin today, guys, on buys. Oh, fuck. I don't care today. I'm risking my profit today. I hit, so I'm risking the profit that I made yesterday. Maybe I can go 8 to 12, 15-ish. Powell speaks soon, and Trump speaks after. Yeah, that was his name. Yeah, he lost, like, one of my friends lost 48,000 because of him. In some auto trader, some bot lives here. One of my friends' friends, same thing. It's crazy. Trump, wonder what, man, this guy gets. Can you just chill for a bit, yo? Like, damn. This guy just chill? Like, bro, he's messing up Bitcoin, bro, all the time. Crypto. This guy ain't gonna take a break. He just getting started. Who am I kidding myself? Yeah, watch out. I lost money because of an auto trader too. But I lost a lot of money because some of my close friends were in it, and you knew the guy who ran it, and yeah, I know people. Oh yeah, those auto traders. I lost a lot of money because of a stupid auto trader. It was apparently legit. Worked for you, and any trader you see promoting an auto trader, or most likely they're not a trader. They're probably someone just trying to sell the idea of trading and getting rich. Those auto traders, I've been through it all. I've been burned on those. Make your own, if anything. Learn how to make your own. Like, that's just learn how to make your own at the end of the day. That's what I want to try to do, is just kind of make my own tool that, not an auto trader, but like an auto gold bot that gives out like analysis ideas based how I would. Not a scanner, but kind of got a different idea. I wouldn't do an auto trader. Yeah, make your own. You can make your own these days. You can learn it. You can learn, like, I've learned some stuff about it. Been connecting with some people over the last year who've taught me some stuff about it. So that's gonna be one of my focuses this year. With Inner Circle and stuff. Once that's like creating tools. I see someone in the chat said they made their own. Yeah, you can make your own. We're coming back to 2,900. Look at the wick forming here too. There's a wick forming. Powell's gonna speak soon. Does gold rip up today? Is it a buy the dip scenario and gold just rips up? What if Trump says something about war, trade wars? Now Trump's speaking too. When does he speak? It's tentative. Is there a time? Does anyone know what time he speaks at? Maybe we can look up on Google real quick. Anyone know exactly what time? That's going to be right after Powell. Powell speaks, and he's... Anyone know what time? Probably maybe a bit after Powell. Last night, he signed the... That's why the market went crazy last night, man. Last night was some interesting news. I think at like 6, 7 p.m. around there at nighttime. He signed this yesterday. So he's going to come out and say something today, maybe sign something. Let's see. I'll be back though in 2 minutes, guys. 1 minute.
And he has repeatedly taken legal action against OpenAI's practices and mission. Altman sat down with Bloomberg to discuss his relationship with Musk and his plans for OpenAI.
Look, OpenAI is not for sale. The OpenAI mission is not for sale. Elon tries all sorts of things for a long time. This is this week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do you think he's trying to drive at with this?
I think he's probably just trying to slow us down. He obviously is a competitor. He's working hard and he's raised a lot of money for XAI, and they're trying to compete with us from a technological perspective, from getting the product into the market. And I wish he would just compete by building a better product, but I think there's been a lot of tactics, many lawsuits, all sorts of other crazy stuff. Now this. And we'll try to just put our head down and keep working.
Does it make it more difficult to move from that non-profit model to that for-profit model for OpenAI?
We're not moving to a for-profit model. We're not sure we're going to do it all, but no matter what, the nonprofit will continue to be extremely important. It will drive the mission. It will continue to exist. The board is looking at lots of options about how to best structure for this next phase, but the nonprofit is not changing into anything or going anywhere. I mean, whether they did or didn't, they built a good model. Many people will distill from many other models. Again, I feel so confident about our research roadmap and also our product roadmap that, DeepSeek will do whatever DeepSeek is going to do. Other people do whatever they're going to do. And we're just going to try to build the best technology we can and get it into people's hands. And I think that's mostly going pretty well.
Do you think Musk's approach then is from a position of insecurity about XAI?
Probably his whole life is from a position of insecurity. I feel for the guy.
You feel for him?
I do, actually. I don't think he's a happy person. I do feel for him.
Okay. Do you worry that he has this proximity to the president and he can influence the decision-making of the U.S. presidency and policies around this agenda on AI?
Not particularly. Maybe I should, but not particularly. I mean, I try to just wake up and think about how we're going to make our technology better.
Bloomberg's Tom McKenzie conducted that interview from the Paris AI Action Summit, and he joins us now. Tom, great reporting, man of the hour over there in Paris. Right. So a hostile bid for OpenAI, you could call it, but Sam Altman obviously coming out with some hostile words of his own for Elon Musk.
Yeah, look, it's getting personal now. This history, of course, goes back to 2015 when the two co-founded OpenAI and, of course, famously have fallen apart as a result of what Elon Musk says is Sam Altman's push and drive away from some of the founding principles around open source models, around safety focused models, and around non-profit. That is the allegation, of course, of Elon Musk.
Man said you got to make your own.
On that, talking about the fact that this is a man he thinks now, Musk is someone who is insecure, is unhappy in his life. It has taken a personal twist, and it
Musk
is the latest gear shift, of course, in terms of Elon Musk trying to pressure Sam Altman. It's also a reminder that there is an arms race right now at a startup level in terms of who gets to control this revolutionary technology, if that's what you believe it's going to be. Who gets to control it at a startup level? And it's part of the conversation in Paris as well, on a sovereign level as well. Nation states trying to ensure that they're not left behind in this race. And to some extent, this feud between Musk
and retesting 2900, right now it's like a break and retest. If anything, right now it has some rejection here.
Seriously to take it with the valuation that's been proposed, as
with
well
where
as
price is at. If you look at the 15-minute, probably not the best buy entry here. Let price dip down. If any, it could potentially come back down.
Yeah, look, I mean, speaking to executives
if we look at where it's at right now.
I saw some eye rolls, some heads and hands when I asked them about this.
I don't know. It depends on what he says, really.
Sam Altman says he's not taking it that
I don't know what he's going to really talk about. He's probably going to talk about inflation.
But don't you have to take it somewhat seriously, coming from the world's wealthiest man, coming from
interest rate
proximity, as he does to President
Trump?
Depends on
what he talks about, and he gets interviewed, right? I'm pretty sure he gets interviewed, and people ask him questions. It says here, since the questions are not known beforehand, they can make,
maybe a 25% stake from SoftBank, above the 13% stake from Microsoft. The valuation gap is a mismatch. Is he just, as you suggested, just trolling Sam Altman at this point? 100%.
He has a testimony. Usually comes out in two parts. First, he reads the prepared statement. So prepared statement. That's available at the start on the Fed website. And then they ask questions. Really, when they're asking questions too, because the questions are some unscripted moments that lead to volatility. It's really those questions when he's getting asked questions. Might be even rejection here. That would be better to see if we're looking for buys, rejection come back down. It's coming to a previous support here. Maybe we get like a dip down before or during FOMC.
Even more if you take a look at the small caps. We'll take a look at the action and walk through it in more detail next. This is Bloomberg.
But the questions are like from what I usually if you usually watch Powell speak, like when he's getting asked questions, as he's getting asked them and as he's answering them, if you're watching the market at the same time, you'll literally see 10:30 CST times that. $11:30 a.m. So an hour after, or like over an hour after. So Trump speaks in like 2 hours. And then Powell speaks in like 30 minutes.
Big tech earnings kick off later this afternoon.
Gilead is coming out right now. We have take two numbers. Back to the markets, right? Our bread and butter.
Yeah, Moody is one of the best stories in the tech space.
That actually matters a whole lot more.
It might shock some of your viewers. You're watching The Close.
Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes.
Who knows even if Trump speaks about what's war-related stuff.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch
Ukraine, Russia,
around the world right here on
all those situations, the trade war stuff.
From the world of politics.
Oh, someone said chat. Oh, he's gonna talk about chat GDP.
And Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Wait for like lower entries when Powell speaks. Maybe when Powell, like this could probably drop. If you look, we're at resistance. We just retested 2,900. So it broke 2,900, pulled back to 2,900. So now could come down, find those lower buy entries, maybe back to the low. Because now when you look at, like if you're looking at 1 hour, it wicked up. When you go to a 30-minute, there's a wick. When you look at a 15 now, you can start to see, oh, maybe candles are turning on a 15. You got this red one maybe starting to form, right? What's showing some signs of rejection. Indicating it could go down, or even the next one, if it closes bearish, the next one could go down potentially. When you're looking at this, if you're looking at 2,900 here, support, potentially going to turn into resistance here, maybe on these next couple candles before Powell speaks. I'm going to look for buy entries when we dip.
16 straight days of gains. That is the longest streak for a NASDAQ 100 component in data going back to 1990. And what's interesting is that if you take a look at the valuation, it trades at about 27 times forward earnings, which is lofty to be sure.
We got
but
some time.
That's pretty much in line with the NASDAQ 100. So it's not.
What do I think? I don't know.
The charts
Let's think about
expense.
Powell's
I think
speech
people
today.
are worried that
We're gonna
maybe
watch
a
it, see what.
breaking headline that Elon Musk.
So
is
the
offering
questions, the interview. When he gets
$247
interviewed, that's
to buy
kind of.
Meta.
You know,
With a
but
group,
a
Maybe
lot
gonna
of
be the
that
time
is-
where-
a couple of other.
It's been a vindication,
Market
isn't
will
it?
move
The
a lot.
conversation over the last couple of weeks around open source. This is what Mark Zuckerberg has really been pitching from the beginning when it comes. But coming up next for less than 4 minutes from the opening bell, we're going to discuss those market moves with David Kostin of Goldman Sachs. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Let's wait. Let's wait. Remember what I said at the beginning? Maybe between 9:30 and 10:30 we find buys. Obviously could have caught some. We could have caught some already and been done for the day. But look at the 4 hour. Like 4 hours completely. 32 minutes left on this 4 hour. Look at the wickets formed at the bottom. Small bodied now. Big drip, big drip. So, for instance, see, maybe a situation like this happens where a wick, like price flushes down, but then closes back up. That happened at 28.50. Price went down, but then closed back up. See this wick. So what if this closes bullish? We could go up. This could create a wick down, find buys lower, and then do kind of what it did at 28.50. Like I said from beginning, I'm looking for. I'm more bullish right today. Who's this guy?
Three major sports teams, is that right?
Yes, some will say African American.
You were approached by
Come back.
the owner then of the, I guess, the Washington Wizards and the Washington Caps.
Maybe we rip up today. It's just a simple. It was literally just buy the dip.
And what did you say?
CAD will get crushed after Trump speaks. Yeah, the market's gonna digest. Canadian dollar, I don't even know. That's in a really tricky state right now. USD CAD. The news came out last night. This affects Canada. Steel and aluminum. Metal tariffs. That got signed last night. Wonder if there's going to be some talks about that. USD CAD's in a interesting place. Although under Trump, the USD CAD went down more so under Trump. Before, it was going up. Last time Trump took office was there. In 2016 when Trump took office, back over here. That year. USD CAD went kind of down more, but when you look at where it's at, all time, it's very high. The trade wars could fuel it to go up. If Canadian dollar suffers more because of trade wars, it would get above here eventually. Well, it's really high right now, USD CAD overall. Gold, yeah, just ripping back up. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's dipping. Bitcoin dipping ahead of Powell. Bitcoin dipping. Well, we see gold kind of recovering. There's 95,000. Yeah, Bitcoin's dipping ahead of Powell's speech. Look at the last couple, whole week or two here for Bitcoin. Not a whole lot, really. When you look at the whole price action here, some breakouts, fake out breakouts. Yeah, not the. I mean, if we're looking at coming into February, obviously really bearish. When we look at this last, what is this, 2 weeks kind of here? Yeah, 9 days going on. Not a whole lot of I'd say it's up, it's down, it's down, it's up. One day it's up. Where can I watch this coffin Dodger speak? Bloomberg Live. Bloomberg Live. It'll be here. Or YouTube. Just go on YouTube and type in Jerome Powell speech. Just go on Google, type in Jerome Powell. It'll be on here, Bloomberg Live. I usually watch Bloomberg Live. I think I've said before, Trump might want to make dollar cheaper, right? I don't know. Wouldn't it be his plan to make the dollar cheaper for the world, in a way, like if, like a cheaper U.S. dollar, people can use it more, rely on it more. Cheaper dollar for the world more. For me, I kind of think that, but I could be wrong, right? I always say I could be wrong. As far as Canada goes with the trade wars, like under Trump, maybe a cheaper dollar means a lower USD CAD, right? But with the whole trade wars stuff going on, it's not good for Canada. Under Trump, USD CAD would probably find resistance, right? Like if we're looking at like a technical, but then we got like this whole like trade war stuff going on now. We don't know if in 30 days, because Canada and Trump are negotiating now for like the next month. So we don't know what's going to happen even next month once they're done negotiating. Bloomberg Live. Bitcoin's, man, look at it. Like it's gotta wake up soon. I'll show you a reason why. But like, yeah, when you look at this, you have a nice low here, kind of around that 95K area, right? And literally that trades into, look at where this trades into. See that? Take the camera off for a little. See where that trade, like you have this low down, trades into that, or trading into that. So you got that low kind of around, that was kind of digged around 95K lower. Bitcoin, someone asked, like look at it, it's kind of just up and down, back and forth, like it's really settling, accumulating. There's big buy orders, big volume. But when we look at it, it's just kind of like one day you look at it, it's up, it's down, 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 it's up, it's down. Yeah, it's up, waiting for that breakout potentially. Like we're trying to just like building sideways here on an angle down. New York. We can see we're dipping into New York. Interesting how we're trading into New York. Maybe we come back to like test 95. Like the lows. Come back to test the lows. One more time. Come back, test this area. Test that area around 95,000. Unless it's literally doing what kind of gold just did, a buy the dip for New York ahead of Powell. Like literally gold just ripped up before Powell, and we saw it was dumping before, right? And now we see Bitcoin starting to drop right ahead of Powell's speech. So maybe it's a buy the dip scenario on Powell's speech. It's interesting price action though, how it's been, and gold's ahead of Bitcoin. So gold is definitely ahead of Bitcoin for sure, right? When we look at gold and Bitcoin side by side each other, gold is ahead of the game right now. Jerome Powell, who we're going to see speak in about 20 minutes. Got the Goldman Sachs guy talking. We'll go to him in a minute, see what he's saying. Bitcoin on the left, gold on the right. You can see my crosshair. Like, look where my crosshair is on both charts, for instance. If you guys pay attention to the crosshair, you'll see where Bitcoin on the left was, gold was breaking out. So if you look at Bitcoin on the left, gold was already starting to break out, right? Whereas Bitcoin was at like 74,000 there in March of 2024. March of 2024, gold was breaking out above $2,000, going to like 2,100, 2,200, 2,300. Look at the price action right now. So gold is ahead of Bitcoin. Well, when a wealth spillover happens, like stocks go up, stocks go up, stocks go up. Gold goes up, gold goes up, gold goes up, gold goes up. Wealth spills over into something eventually. Stocks, there's a lot of wealth and money in stocks and in gold. Way more than is in Bitcoin, right? So stocks, they go up. Gold, it goes up first, right? And then that starts to spill over eventually into Bitcoin. Gold, you can see, has done it where gold starts going up a lot, and then Bitcoin eventually catches up to that. Look at the crosshairs now. When Bitcoin started breaking out in November 2024, and gold was already at like 2,800, 2,700. So you got the breakout where they both broke out. They both have the same breakout. One here. Right, you can see the breakout. They're just at different times. It's the same breakout right here and right here. They're just at different times, right? So you can see where Bitcoin was. Bitcoin was here. Right here. Here's where Bitcoin was when gold was doing that breakout. So now, like, you see Bitcoin's kind of doing the same thing it was doing before. Like, where literally it wasn't going up, it was going more down, up, down. Like, it was pretty just sideways in there. It's doing the same thing now. It's just kind of up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. But you can see gold, digital, you know, we got the physical and the digital, right? Hopefully, maybe Jerome Powell gets, maybe he might get a question about crypto too. Like, for those of you guys watching this first time, like, if you watched the last one, he got asked about crypto on it. I think it was one of the last questions he got asked. He might even get asked a crypto question. All right. Crypto traders, especially, watch when Jerome Powell speaks, because they want to know, is he going to mention Bitcoin? Is he going to mention crypto? Is he going to mention something about reserve or this, that? Like, you just, yeah, if you go on YouTube and just type in Bloomberg Live. So to me, it's like Bitcoin's been like, yeah, there's been so much volatility in crypto, but Bitcoin is pretty calm. Like, yeah, down like from the highs, but it's up, right? Obviously, altcoins are just down, like meme coins, altcoins. Like, that market's not so calm. Bitcoin's been kind of up, down, down, up, kind of a back and forth in the market here. Still above 95K. That's a psychological level. But yeah, for the last like 9 days here, you can see we've been pretty calm. Like, just kind of in this box here. Is that, you know, my eyes are seeing, maybe that's trying to go for a breakout. All right, if we hold the low. Let's see how much time we got. We still got time. Grandpa Powell speaks soon. Look at silver recovering a bit here. Yeah, like gold. Man, I did last night. Man, go to like last night's stream, guys. So you guys gotta pay attention. Cause like I can stream once and something will happen. Like, we were looking at this. Remember what I was saying last night? Oh, look at this. Look at this. This was last night.
And the startups to watch.
Last night, for example. I could just stream once and be like, watch for this or this, and one of them or both of them are gonna happen usually. I just pay attention to some of those things. Like if you look at last night, we don't even got to be looking for a setup. Like look at this. Look what I mentioned this last night on stream. When was this? 8 hours ago. 10 p.m. last night when we started. 12 hours ago almost. We were talking about this area. I said last night, literally last night I said if 2910, 2900 doesn't hold, you're going to get a flush down. Be prepared for that. Like be aware if that area doesn't hold, it will most likely drop down into like this previous resistance here to the left. That was 12 hours ago, 11 hours ago. We talked about that, right? I was kind of saying, like, yeah, like if 2900 doesn't hold, it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. Like you would have heard me say on that session, if 2900 doesn't hold, doesn't mean it's a, bad thing. That it could still come down to literally this area, which you can see pretty much around 2885. We were talking about this resistance yesterday, right? We were talking about this last night, right? That's this chart. Oh man. Did I take it off? I think I took the chart off. I know I've banned some of them. There's scammers everywhere. I don't know who has the time to do that stuff. Brokies. Someone got to teach them how to trade, yo. Like holy, no offense, it's always the same. It's the usual suspect. It's the usual suspects. Where are these damn scammers at? Let me see right now. Where are they at? Where the these damn Nigerian? I'm telling you, it's these guys. No offense. I've been to Nigeria, actually. Oh, we got a new one. Eat cabs. Yeah, look at this guy. Evan Cabral 1-1. If you look at my profile, guys, there's like there's like a square, a triangle. But he's banned for life. All right, there's another one. Yeah, these guys. They just took him out. Is there another one? Yeah, it should be out soon. Yeah, it's simple. It's really simple, actually. The person who's posting in the Discord, you click on that profile, that's me. That's it. That's the only profile. It's that simple. The profile you see posting, that's me. See? You see these little things here? That's how you'll know too. Server booster, like, I'll add some stuff there. But if you go to, if you're like, okay, see how I posted yesterday at 6:42? That's me. Right there. That guy. These scammers out here. Crazy. These damn Nigerian scammers. I'm already, like, I took buys before I got, like, small ones, like, Like I said, like it's a tricky, like it's a market where you can wait for lower entries. Like it's a buy market, like it's a buy the dip scenario on gold. If it comes down, I'll probably just enter like this. Or what we said beginning of the stream, like what this is. This is could rip up. Like this could be a retracement that just it ends up being a buy the dip, right? Should have been in buy like. There are always these little scammers around these days. Sheesh kebabs. Like holy sheesh kebabs. I'm already in buys. I would look for lower prices though. I'm going kind of full margin today. Like it could, like the 1 hour closed bullish. Remember I even said, like, I did trading on this. This is why I teach you guys a lot of this stuff. Because if you guys can learn this stuff on your own, too, like when you know this skills on your own, like you just trading is easier. Like, so I teach a lot of this stuff. Like remember what I was saying? Even like a 1 hour reject. See this 1 hour candle? It rejected. Next one's going up. Now it's like you could maybe even wait for a 4 hour rejection. You're starting to get one over here. If you get a 4 hour bullish close, that's a good indicator. Like getting a 4 hour bullish close, that's something you could wait for. The 1 hour is already closed bullish, but now it's like you could wait for like a 4 hour bullish close potentially. Powell's gonna speak in like 10 minutes. Bloomberg, I'll put Bloomberg back on. They're gonna be talking about it. They're probably talking about it right now. Maybe.
Multiple consistent years of not meeting investor expectations, then
it should be on Bloomberg. Usually
and you're
they play
okay, what am I paying
kind of everything, like kind of news related markets.
ETFs could be only charging 7 basis points.
That's true.
Emma, thank you very much. Emma Parmar there talking to us about hedge funds. I know different benchmarks, completely different. Apples and oranges, I get it.
No, but that's a lot of fees
Still.
to just not be handed back in terms of returns. So
when we come back, we're going to focus in on Humphrey Hawkins. That's what we used to call these semi-annual.
I love these testimonies. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, Fed Chair Powell is at Capitol Hill. Day one, this is Senate day of his monetary policy testimony. We'll take a look at what the market is anticipating next. This is Bloomberg.
What, 10 minutes? So we might be getting, like, the market, like, think about it. It came down to here. What if it's still going with my arrow? Like, and it shoots up. Because I had 2 arrows drawn last night. And usually my arrows, I'm telling you, like, we call them the magic arrows. They work. They'll work at like. So like I had this drawn up. Like okay, if this zone doesn't hold, potentially come down to this area where I see resistance. That could still be in motion, right? Like where it literally came down to that area. The area I had was drawn higher up because I got on and it was like, maybe this comes down actually a bit more. And it literally didn't.
ETF IQ only on Bloomberg.
We had that resistance area marked out last night. Pretty much came right into there, so that could be a motion trying to find that swing up. Hopefully Powell doesn't like completely wreck this thing. I still like on a smaller time frame it would be like if this can come down, look for lower entries. If it can flush down, come up. Yeah, he didn't speak. Might be like 30 minutes though. Like he speaks, then he gets interviewed, like asks questions, bunch of questions, and then he does the same thing tomorrow. And then when he's done speaking, Trump speaks like an hour later, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, maybe a filter.
All right, we're just about 10 minutes away from Powell's Senate testimony. He also testifies tomorrow in the House.
If it dumps, just wait. If it dumps, you could find entries.
Let's preview it all now.
Remember what we said, 9:30, 10:30 range.
So we'll start with what's happening in 10 minutes. Of course, the Senate testimony, and it seems like reading the sell-side research.
I could find entries. So someone asked, what are things to wait? Like in this case, like a 4-hour bullish close, like this is potentially forming some bullish characteristics. You see how it has a long wick at the bottom, small body.
From an agreement to green the financial system. She'll probably press Chairman Powell on how secure the CFPB's funding.
They get a good dip down.
Get it through congressional appropriations. They get their funding from the Fed. We can expect Senate Democrats to push.
Haven't they
Gold
requested
/ETH.
$0 in funding?
So
That would seem to be very secure.
we know that Russ Vogt,
Look at ETH.
OMB director, is now temporarily
Brutal.
running the CFPB, but because again it's sort of a peculiar appropriations process, we'll see what happens there. Maybe more
ETH,
market relevant.
it's kind of like Bitcoin, like
How forcefully
like sideways, like
pushing for additional rate cuts this year.
maybe like something's like building up.
Market relevant is whether Senate Republicans will get aggressive in asking Chairman Powell about
We have the low down here.
the national debt, fiscal sustainability, and so on.
You have to understand the CFPB issue. I know that it's something that's been kind of amorphous and a lot of pushback already, but it's something where bankers
2,900, kind of holding.
breathing a massive sigh of relief too, because this is potentially billions of dollars in overdraft fees and credit card fees that might stay on the table now that might have otherwise been challenged.
Bankers breathing a sigh of relief. I don't know about the consumers.
By the way,
Right, exactly.
otherwise, what, you're allowed to overdraft, so you essentially borrow money from the bank for free?
These have been super challenged over the last several years. There's a lot
Looks
of
like
debate
2,900. It's been trying to find some resistance around that 2,900.
oversight of this too. A lot of people believe that there's a duplication of the issue here too.
That area.
Beyond the CFPB, which of course is a huge issue, how are they going to just handle the issue of
30
inflation?
minute.
This is before the CPI data comes out, which makes
Let's
some
see, I'll
knowledge
put this
a
on.
little difficult
I'm gonna close
because
this.
There's so much you can't say.
It is, that's right. You have to wonder. We heard earlier this morning from Beth Hammack, Cleveland Fed president, who came out saying that inflation risk is skewed to the upside. You have to wonder the extent to which she's coming out ahead of Chairman Powell in his testimony, provide a little bit of breathing room so that he can say something maybe not the same, but similar. Maybe that, for example, the Fed is well positioned to respond to upside and downside inflation risks. I think that Chairman Powell is going to attempt to rebuff requests from the Democratic members of the Senate who are pushing for swifter rate cuts and instead say that the Fed needs to remain rather nimble and keep its options open, especially given all of the policy uncertainty that's coming out of the executive branch.
How does the labor side look to you now that we've had a few days to examine the non-farm payrolls number? I saw Torsten Slok sent out, an alert that someone said the weather really did hold the number down. The averages were good. How does
That's
it
right.
look?
Yeah, so undoubtedly the January numbers were affected by the polar vortex in the lower 48 states. There was also a very minor effects from wildfires in Los Angeles. But beyond that, separate from what I think that Chairman Powell is going to be very clear in saying that the labor market is currently solid, but wage pressures emanating from the labor market are starting to dissipate. We do see that a little bit when we look at job openings data relative to total unemployment,
Right.
where the total relationship between supply and demand for labor is starting to come into better balance.
All right, Stuart, gotta leave it there. Great preview. That is Stuart Paul of Bloomberg Economics. A much more markets coverage coming up ahead of that testimony. This is Bloomberg.
Do you mind if you just step up?
I just speak, so it could be like 20 minutes of speaking too. Like,
what legacy I would love to leave.
If gold drops, I'll probably end up calling out a buy. If we get like a dump
things are still working
in price.
Then I have done my job. And if some people get inspired through my work and then try to engage themselves for their community and create something that is inspiring for everyone, I will be happy.
What's the best piece of advice you would give to someone young who wants to make a difference actually in this world? In architecture or...
Remember I said when it was like here, it would be ideal to see it come down, you know, if I was looking for buys. Like a lot of things track back to what I'm saying in moments. Like when it was at 2,900 the first time, I was like, okay, maybe it could reject 2,900, come down. Someone asked a question like, what would you want to see in this instance? And I said it would be ideal for it to come down in this scenario if I'm looking for buys, right? 2,900 might hold. I said moments ago, like even like 30, 40 minutes ago, I was talking about it when it first came there. Remember I was talking about 2,900, how we might find some sells here. It might pull back down. I was talking about that when it was here. Right, when it first came here, I was talking about it would be better to see and wait for prices to come down. Maybe test the low, find some flushes out, lower prices, right?
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon Middle East and Africa.
It's like, okay, there's a low here. Now maybe there's a high. If it sustains that low, it could move up. Yeah, I gotta learn Discord. I got a lot to learn on Discord. So we gotta wait. I mean, like I said, maybe between 9:30 and 10:30. You know, I kind of said that at the beginning of the stream.
President Trump hosts Jordan's King Abdullah II at the White House in about an hour and a half. Here's CBS's Stacey
Host
Lynn.
King Abdullah who? King Abdullah II. Donald Trump hosts.
Of Gaza, which includes Jordan and Egypt taking in Palestinian refugees. Both countries have flatly rejected the proposal. And yesterday, President Trump suggested he could consider slashing U.S. aid if they refuse. He also issued an ultimatum to Hamas, insisting they release all the hostages by noon Saturday, or
all bets are off and let hell break out.
Trump hasn't spelled out exactly what that means. Hamas says it's delaying its next hostage release because Israel violated the ceasefire agreement. The president says his tariffs on imported steel and aluminum could be the catalyst for new U.S. businesses. CBS Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says there's a downside.
Tariffs can mean higher prices for consumers, and I'm really talking about in the home building and automobile industries, both industries that leverage aluminum and steel.
The president's border czar is taking on the Pope, who's criticized the Trump administration's deportation of undocumented immigrants. Tom Homan says he wishes the Pope would fix the Catholic Church and leave border enforcement to the U.S. The Pope isn't the only religious figure speaking out. CBS's Jim Krasula.
Nearly 30 religious groups, Christian and Jewish, representing tens of millions of Americans, have sued the Trump administration to protect houses of worship from immigration arrests. The lawsuit, filed in federal court in Washington, D.C., contends a new Trump policy allowing immigration raids at church services is lowering attendance at worship and other church programs.
Former Trump advisor Steve Bannon is in a New York courtroom. He's expected to plead guilty to fraud to stay out of prison. CBS's Michael Wallace.
Bannon is accused of deceiving the hundreds of thousands of donors who gave over $25 million to the We Build the Wall organization to help build the wall along the U.S.-Mexico border. Bannon was allegedly part of a scheme that funneled money to the group's CEO, Brian Kolfage, who had said he would not take any compensation. Colfage is serving 51 months in prison.
Stormy weather means rain in the deep south, snow from a storm that stretches from Missouri to the mid-Atlantic. CBS Philadelphia meteorologist Kate Bilo with a few football references thrown in.
It's going to be tracking from Texas right across the Mississippi Valley today, so impacting basically Chiefs fans and then Eagles fans alike. Snow just north of Nashville, portions of Kentucky, and into West Virginia and Northern Virginia. It looks like D.C. may be the big jackpot.
Wall Street and early trading, the Dow is down 85. This is CBS News.
Down here. It's dumping, like I kind of, yeah, it's dumping now. 2,900 would have been good sells. 30-minute close bearish at. So like when you're looking at key levels, you can navigate through different time frames, like the 1 hour, the 30, the 15. You might spot a rejection candle at a certain level. If you look at the 30, you got that rejection there. Next candle drops. It looks like we're coming back to test the low. Closer to that low where we just pushed up from. Around this, like, where are we at? Almost 28.85 is that low. Or we take out the low and there's a buy at like 28.75.
Boeing says it'll lay off about 400 employees who've been working on NASA's Artemis moon program at the Kennedy Space Center. Boeing makes the core.
There's some news there. Trump, something about releasing the hostages. We heard what they said there when they were talking at the video. It was like Trump said to release the hostages by Saturday. Did he say by Saturday? If not, there will be hell or something. His words, they put his little voice on it, like what he said, a clip of his voice. And he said by Saturday, or else there will be.
Philadelphia quarterback Jalen Hurts had the most money bet on him to win Super Bowl MVP, which he did. Steve Kathan.
Powell about to speak. 4 hours still looks. If we're looking at the 4 hour chart. Here, let's go back to this one. There we go. 28.75. That's the quarter level. We're obviously above it. Almost came to it. If we're looking at the 4 hour still on gold, it's like we pushed up. Possibly like we're pulling back. Previous resistance here. Maybe there's rejection around there. Like you could see how the trend's been moving on the 4 hour. And we have that previous resistance there. 82. Kind of that area right to the left. If you look here, you have previous resistance, right, in the market. So we're now kind of trading above that previous resistance, right before Powell speaks. They said Saturday at 12. That's what I heard. What if they don't? What if they don't? That's just going to be like probably send gold up. What if by Saturday they don't release the hostages? Man, that's terrible. Damn. That's messed up. What if they don't by Saturday? Like, oh my gosh, the world is just... What a world we live in. What a world. God needs to... God needs to send a meteorite on it. God. You heard what he said, right? Someone in the chat. So when we look at 4 hours, we're still like possibly bullish upside. Like look at the 4 hour. Like it's still moving average. So we got the MA. I got my MA set up. I'll be teaching a lot about that inner circle. You guys probably, there's probably a YouTube video on it too. Pretty sure I did an MA video. Did I not? If not, if it's not, and it's not uploaded. Blue moving average, we can literally see we actually pretty much tapped it right there. Like if we look at the moving average indicator right there, we literally tapped it on that wick. See that? Like, do we hold that? Do we go, like, there's times, like, look at here where it goes below it, but then, boom, it's above it, and then it comes back, boom, we're maybe testing back, finding more support here. See that 4 hour has a longer wick to it. Where's the candlestick trading Bible? Do I have it up? I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the candlestick trading Bible in a minute. One moment.
I'm John Tucker.
I'm John Tucker. With
Right, thanks so much,
Radio.
John Tucker. So we have Jay Powell's testimony. Obviously, it's going to be key for investors. But man, there is an OpenAI, XAI tit for tat unveiling within the market as well. So what was your take when you heard that yesterday?
Really interesting,
Right?
I mean, lots to keep an eye on, especially with OpenAI. We've been talking about DeepSeek. So many things going on in the market right now.
Yeah.
And
I think this
investors
is
don't
that
know
dip
where
we
to
just
So
got
the
was
report,
better
of course,
pricing
was
than
that,
where it
Elon
was.
Musk
Just
through,
think about it. It just
a
came from
consortium of
2,900,
investors
like
and
2,900
his
down to
AI
like 80.
platform was making
Down to
a bid
91,
just shy of
almost the
$100 billion
80s again.
For OpenAI. Now, earlier, Bloomberg's
You look
Tom
at the
McKenzie
4
was
hour,
able to sit
it's
down with
basically
OpenAI's
like
chief executive officer, Sam Altman, at the AI Action
break and
Summit in
retest.
Paris. In a wide-ranging
You know, if you're
conversation,
familiar with that.
when he was asked about
Above
Elon Musk's bid to buy
resistance.
OpenAI, Altman said the company
Now we're
is not
above
for sale, and
resistance,
he believes
potentially
that Musk's bid
resistance
is an
turns into
attempt
support.
to slow them down.
Look, OpenAI is not for sale.
Pretty much what we talked about literally like last night. Like literally. Resistance. Maybe that turns into support.
This week's episode.
You take it seriously at all? What do you think he's trying to drive at with this?
I think
What, Elon wants to buy OpenAI?
He obviously is a competitor.
Look at this guy.
It's, you know, he's working hard and he's raised a lot of money for XAI, and they're trying to compete
Oh,
with
yeah,
us from a
XAI.
technological perspective, from you know, getting the product into the market. And I wish he would just compete by building a better product, but I think there's been a lot of tactics, you know, many lawsuits, all sorts of other crazy stuff. Now this. And we'll try to just put our head down and keep working.
Does it make it more
this
difficult
was earlier.
to move from that non-profit model to that for-profit model for OpenAI?
We're not moving to a for-profit model. We're not sure we're going to do it all, but no matter what, the nonprofit will continue to be extremely important. It will drive the mission. It will continue to exist. The board is looking at lots of options about how to
Might have been the dip.
structure for this next phase, but the nonprofit
Powell
is not
live yet?
changing it anything.
It'll
or
be
going
on
anywhere.
Bloomberg.
I mean, whether they did or didn't,
They challenge it,
they
a threat.
built a good model. Many people will distill from many other models. Again, I feel so confident about our research roadmap and also our product roadmap that, you know, DeepSeek will do whatever DeepSeek's going to do. Other people do whatever they're going to do, and we're just going to try to like build the best technology we can and get it into people's hands. And I think that's mostly going pretty well.
Do you think Musk's approach then is from a position of insecurity about XAI?
Probably his whole life is from a position of insecurity. I feel for the guy.
You feel for him?
I do, actually. I don't think he's like a happy person.
Bloomberg will have it when Powell's
Do you worry that
speaking.
he has this proximity to the president and he can influence the decision-making of the U.S. presidency and policies around this agenda on AI?
Not particularly. Maybe I should, but not particularly. I mean, I try to just wake up and think about like how we're going to make our technology better.
That was our great interview with Tom McKenzie and Sam Altman over at OpenAI, saying, look, we're definitely not for sale. He did post, though, yesterday. He's like, but hey, we'll buy Twitter for just shy of
Ultimately, the Fed is in control.
It's live, like, Powell's
Sure.
not speaking yet. Like, he'll speak soon.
more updates on that story. We'll bring that to you as they cross. But again, we are drum beating to the big event, and that is Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying.
That's why I like to just keep on Bloomberg. Like, you can... Miss Warren speaking. I don't even know who that is. Elizabeth Warren, yeah, okay.
Committee addressing and welcoming everybody. Then we will take Jay Powell's statement. But in the meantime,
She's addressing everyone. We're opening it up, opening the committee up.
anything that stood out to you here?
Absolutely nothing. So Powell said exactly what we expected, which was, you know, we don't know what our next move is going to be. And you've heard a string of speakers come out this morning and yesterday, and basically since the meeting, not long ago.
His statement his statement is already.
The Fed might be on hold for quote unquote some time. Right?
His statement is already like it's out. A text version is made available. So he just said
So if the Fed's on
He
hold
just said
until
like kind of what everyone was
the third
expecting.
quarter of the year,
That nobody
that
really.
gives them some time to assess the
Uncertainty? Was that
data,
uncertainty kind of said there?
assess what new policies that the current administration
Doesn't know.
is going to be making, and then they.
That was the buy the dip. Literally, that was the buy the dip right there. Mini buy the
This will
dip.
be Powell's first testimony before the U.S. Senate Banking Committee since
He didn't
Donald
speak.
Trump returned to the White House. How do you expect them to push in terms of Trump's proposals on tariffs and a lot of taxation, immigration, regulation? How far do you expect them to push on those questions?
Well, I think members of both the Senate today and then the House of Representatives tomorrow will
Yeah,
ask
like
him
4
about
hour.
it.
Look at the 4 hour.
He's ultimately
Like,
Powell's going to
unless-
say, once we see what the actual policies are and we can assess how they're going to affect the economy, whether it's spending, like maybe he'll go through
Let's go
here's
this
things
4 hour.
to look at, but he's not going to be able to give an
Even
answer
this.
to how it's going to affect the policy regime in terms of monetary policy.
Like if you could,
that's the right
like if
thing.
you're not in gold or
Everyone
anything,
says that they know what's going to happen because of what Donald Trump's saying.
like this 4 hour is key. Like if this 4 hour closes bullish, kind of like this or even stronger, you know, because we did come down. You can see the moving average got tapped. We're above that moving average now. Came back to previous resistance, grabbed liquidity, filled that imbalance, filled that and got like that whole imbalance there. So it's like a strong, like a support candle on the 4 hour would be
Can address now is inflation expectations.
maybe something evident for us, like some good evidence to say, okay, that supports everything we've been talking about even further, like all this morning and even last night, right? This was last night's discussion too, right? 12 hours ago, right? So like a strong support candle coming in on the 4 hour gives me even more confidence for maybe there's a bigger swing up to come. Did come down, tested resistance, made a pretty big wick, test that moving average as well. So there's a lot of support below us. You can see this big engulfing candle here. So there's a good imbalance there. Some price inefficiencies in there, right, where we just run up. So there's definitely a fair value gap inside of there that we can see that got filled as well in that engulfing candle.
All right, Ira, you're getting trumped here by Jay Powell. Thanks a lot. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist. Let's go to the Senate Banking Committee, where Jay Powell is just starting his prepared testimony to the Senate Banking Committee.
Here's Grandpa Powell for you guys speaking. Watch Bitcoin. I wonder if Bitcoin might move.
Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose 2.5% in 2024, bolstered by resilient consumer spending. Investment in equipment and intangibles appears to have
Man,
declined.
everybody wants trade signals from me. Just stay. Let's.
Following weakness in the middle of last year, activity in the
Every
housing sector
day,
seems to have
bro.
stabilized.
People are like, oh man,
In the
what?
labor market, conditions remain
It's-
solid and appear to have stabilized. Payroll job
Oh, you guys will learn. Trading's a job,
a
man.
month over the past 4 months. Following earlier increases, the unemployment rate has been steady
Every
since
day,
the middle
every
of last
day,
year,
bro. My phone, like
and
my
at 4%
phone
in
number.
January remains
Like,
low.
not only
Nominal
Instagram,
wage growth has
WhatsApp,
eased over
Discord.
last year, and the
People
jobs to
text
workers
me
gap
like,
has narrowed.
bro, send me a signal.
Overall, a wide set of indicators
Like, bro,
suggest
why didn't you send me a
conditions in the
trade?
labor market
I'm like, dog.
The labor market
You
is
gotta
not
be,
the source
you gotta be
of
kind of good to do what I do. Like, it's not. I don't want to say it's.
the strong labor market conditions in
I don't want to say it's
recent
hard.
years
Like,
have
it's
narrowed.
easy for me, but it's easy for me. But I've been doing it for 10 years, right?
Inflation has eased significantly over the past 2
People
years.
text
but
me like,
remains
bro,
somewhat
like, literally I got
elevated
2
relative
text
to our
messages last
2%
night on my
longer
cell
term
phone, not IG, and I was like,
Inflation
bruh.
prices, PCE prices rose 2.6%
Like,
over
bro,
the 12
send me
months
that
ending
signal because I
December,
posted on my
and
Instagram
excluding
story
the
last
volatile
night.
Food and energy categories,
Some gold
PCE
trades.
prices rose
As I saw my IG story last night.
Longer-term inflation expectations appear
And
to remain
I was like, bruh.
as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters.
Market's
as well
gonna be
as
moving
measures
now.
from financial markets. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. Since last September, the FOMC lowered the policy rate by a full percentage point from its peak, after having maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% for 14 months. That recalibration of our policy stance was appropriate in light of the progress on inflation and the cooling in the labor market. Meanwhile, we've continued to reduce our securities holdings. With our policy stance now significantly less restrictive than it had been, and the economy remaining strong,
saying a bunch of words that I personally don't understand. To be honest, like, this is that part where an old guy is speaking about policies, monetary policy,
at the same time, reducing policy restraint
or what Bitcoin does today. Especially with Trump speaking later. Trump speaks too, so it's like a double whammy today. Maybe like with this and then after.
The FOMC will assess incoming data, evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. As the economy evolves, we will adjust our policy stance in a manner that best promotes our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains strong and inflation does not continue to move sustainably toward 2%, we can maintain policy restraint for longer. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we can ease policy accordingly. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our dual mandate, and policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face.
Personally.
This year, we are conducting the second periodic review of our monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications, the framework used to pursue our congressionally mandated assigned goals of maximum employment and stable prices. The focus of this review is on the FOMC's statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, which articulates the committee's approach to monetary policy, and on the committee's policy communication tools. The committee's 2% longer-run inflation goal will be retained and will not be a focus of the review. Our review will include outreach and public events involving a wide range of parties, including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference in May. We will take on board lessons of the past 5 years and adapt our approach where appropriate to best serve the American people to whom we are accountable. We intend to wrap up the review by late summer. Let me conclude by emphasizing that at the Fed, we'll do everything we can to achieve our dual mandate goals that Congress has set for monetary policy. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. Certainly your words and your actions have.
You were listening to Fed Chair Jay Powell testify before the Senate Banking Committee. Now questioning him is Chairman Senator Tim Scott.
Economically, and I thank you for your commitment to having a conversation with all of us about how you do that well. You and I had a conversation yesterday. Some of it was frustrating, some of it was illuminating. But in the end, my goal is to make sure that the American people, and specifically those working paycheck to paycheck, have more opportunities to succeed, not fewer. You have said that the Fed is not against innovation, and banks are perfectly able to serve crypto customers as long as they understand and can manage the risks. Yet you have admitted that the threshold has been a little higher for banks engaging in crypto activities. Last week, I held a hearing on debanking and once again heard that federal banking agencies, in particular the Fed, use reputational risk as a tool to encourage the debanking of certain legal industries and law-abiding citizens for political reasons not tied to safety and soundness.
You said crypto.
Debanking is a top
crypto right off the bat.
It certainly is for me, and one that I believe is a bipartisan issue. Will you commit to working with this committee to end debanking, including working with the new Vice Chair of Supervision, once appointed, to revise the Federal Reserve supervision manuals to remove reputational risk as a tool to weigh in on political topics?
I'm happy to make that commitment.
Thank you, sir. Accountability is very important. I would like to think accountability is a priority for everyone, especially the Fed, given that failures in Fed supervision can result in the loss of billions of dollars. Yet following the failure of the Silicon Valley Bank, which was in part due to the failures of its regulators to identify egregious mismanagement of interest rate and liquidity risks, we have yet to see any regulators be held accountable. And as you recall, that was a point of my frustration. As a guy who spent a lot of time in the private sector, 15 years running a few businesses, I can tell you that accountability is a necessary part of making the entire organization healthier and perform its job as well as possible. I'm encouraged that the FDIC has begun the process of holding SVB executives accountable. That's good news. But no Fed employee has been fired, put on probation, put on performance improvement plan, all of which would be expected in the private sector, as I just mentioned, for employee failure. Please explain to me why Fed employees are held to a different standard from my perspective than everyone else, and what are you planning to do to take accountability for Fed failures in supervision?
So we've actually done quite a lot in response to the events associated with Silicon Valley Bank. So we've done many things. In terms of specific accountability, what we found was this was not a case of malfeasance
boring.
so much. It was a case of people were carrying out a specific playbook that failed to cause us to act in time for these things. So it wasn't actually particularly fair to the employees to say you violated our practices in some way. That wasn't really what happened. What happened was, I would say, a lot of focus on process and on governance and controls, and not enough focus on basic bread and butter banking, credit risk, liquidity risk, interest rate risk, things like that. So as we discussed yesterday, we took very substantial steps to avoid further spread of those issues, and that was successful. But I understand your point on accountability.
This is one of the areas where you see the approach to looking at safety and soundness, and the number of MRAs that went really documented, but no action was taken.
Boring, eh? Boring stuff.
That individual employees, supervisors.
They right off the bat, crypto. They started jumping right into crypto talk right there, right off the bat.
In the past, you've supported tailoring regulations so that we ensure banks of different sizes thrive and.
I'm gonna get into a gold entry, and if it goes lower, I'm gonna take multiple entries. Like I'm already in gold.
More burden than is necessary. I'll say
but I'll look for lower entries. I'm just gonna hold it for the day.
Banks that have continued
been on for a while. It might be on for another hour.
Framework around them isn't just harsh, it's oppressive.
I'm just gonna hold buys for the day and see if the 4 hour sticks, if it flips.
The regulatory framework is $10,000 per employee.
You could wait if you want. Like there's still a long time till this one it closes. But I think personally I like what the market looks like for gold on the 4 hour. I was explaining not too long ago. I like the 4 hours just still above there. That area where there was resistance. Almost came, really into the zone. This drop could have been big enough, like to this is pretty big retracement for price to have on the 4 hour, especially when you're looking at the 4 hour chart. It's pretty much like this when you look at it. Yeah, it's like as big as that almost. Yeah, pretty big drop to see on the 4 hour. So I keep an eye on the 4 hour today, rest of the day. Look for lower entries. Try to just look for lower entries. Not much has been happening. Not any super crazy volatility. Probably more volatility comes when Trump speaks. But my plan for the day is just to see if we hold like on the 4 hour. Like I'm treating this like a 4 hour correction. So what I mean by that is, if you're on the 4 hour and you're in an uptrend and you're just seeing down moves like this, or there's a much quicker one here. Pretty big move though, for how fast, it's like 2 candles down here. Not as big as this one. Arguably, almost. Like, let's see. Nah, yeah, not as big. Yeah, that was like a $45 move down. You can see today we've dropped like 60 bucks. $61 move down. You can see after this, price went down pretty strong. Like a $50 move down. So what I mean by like a 4-hour closing candle, see like this move down, this $50 move, this drops like $48. All right, about $50 move, almost. Pretty decent sized move. 40, 50 buck, you know, $48. $40, $50 move on gold is pretty big, right? So these two candles. See the red one and the green one? Red one, long wick, small body. Next one, green, bullish. Afterwards, just starts to go up. So confirmations like that when let's say you're on a 4-hour, you're getting a big retracement. Like let's go backwards here, another one. So 4-hour down. You can see that green candle in the middle. It would have been red at one point, so it would have been a bearish candle at one point. But you see how that one closes? That's a good close. You got that. It's a hammer. So this is what we would call a hammer candlestick. That's a bullish hammer. If you study the trading, if you guys study the candlestick trading Bible, it's in the Discord under resources. Guys, it's in there. Probably a handful of you guys have seen it. I go through, so here's one of my mentors. This guy. This guy right here mentored me. Now because of him, I see candlesticks in my dreams. So yeah, thank him for that. I took ayahuasca once and then time traveled and met him. So I did. I time traveled in cyberspace. Met this guy. So if you're looking at the dips, right? They could all have like that maybe starting candle, that candle that says, okay, if you go through the candlestick trading Bible, you'll learn about what singular candlesticks can provide you with information. The type of information a singular, so one, singular meaning one, candlestick pattern can provide you in terms of, okay, maybe this is the beginning of something or the end of something. Or it could be a sign of selling activity is over, buying activity is stepping in, vice versa. So when you're looking at the dips, and it's obviously not going to be the same candle every time, but it's pretty traditional in concept with like there's a big dip here. This was big. This was a big move. This looks really big. This looks like a big one. Yeah. Oh, $51. That's a pretty big move. The one we had today is big, a bit bigger. You could see there's a point where it's literally a green candle that forms. It's a really big green candle though. Really big one that steps in after you have like, you know, the 4-hour consecutively going down for some time. That big green candle just appears. Closes. It would be like, okay, like let's say if you're going up It would be like if you, so vice versa. If you're going, like, see how you're rising here? And you just got green, 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 green. Like, you just got green candles along this push up. So what do you see kind of at the top there? You got those red candles and some smaller green candles. We got like some red candles. See, like up there, you're getting rejection. After all these green candles up, you get that, you know, at times if you're at the right spot at the right time, you get the right 4-hour close. You get the right 4-hour close, and it's not too big of a candle. It's like a small body. It has a nice wick to it. You could really be in the right spot for a swing trade. Like if you get the right 4-hour close, it's not always going to be perfect. That's why the market, I like to say, is very imperfective. If you get the right 4-hour close on a candlestick, it could be a singular candlestick pattern. Singular candlesticks. There's a video on my YouTube that I talk about this. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. There should be like what's the title? It should have something to do with candlesticks. There should be 2 actually. Should have okay, candlestick guide 1. There's probably 2. There should be 2. Oh, here it is. Wow, I didn't see it right there. I wasn't paying attention. Wasn't using my eyes there. Candlestick basic, that one. That one's longer. Yeah. Yeah, that one's longer. If you're, you know, there could be times you literally get like a nice, literally solid close, like, and you're entering after it, right? And you're using that candlestick for your stop loss. Like the high of the candle, you enter after you get a solid close. And so you're entering, this is where you're entering, for instance. Ideally, in this scenario, we could expect the next candlestick to go down. Especially if it's on a 4-hour. Next candle. So it could be locating yourself at a good spot. We're going to put our stop loss at the previous high. Doesn't matter how many pips it is. It's where it should go based on a rule of thumb. It's like if this is the entry model that I'm using on the 4-hour, just with a simple concept, and it works. It'll get you in trades. To be protective, you want to use that candlestick as a stop loss place. I was over here, like, so like watching the market now, even it's like you're getting closer to maybe getting that bullish close. You know, Trump speaks in a bit. You know, see, you got some green candles down. You're getting kind of closer to looking like, okay, maybe we get a bullish close a couple hours from now. That solidifies everything we've been talking about, you know? This guy's my mentor. Look, he would show it like kind of here, like red candle, red candle, red candle, green, buy. It could be simple when you know candlesticks. Trading can be really simple. Like smart money is not everything. I know I pay attention to some smart money concepts, but it's not everything. You could be like moving averages, little candlestick price action. That stuff can be some good stuff to know too. Smart money wouldn't be like everything, but you want to know smart money concepts like fair value gaps. You know what liquidity is, especially like what is liquidity. That's a good place to start when it comes down to learning what maybe smart money is, understanding what liquidity is in the market. I'm in gold. I've been in gold. I'm in gold. I want to hold it for the day and just see if it rips up and let my winner run potentially if it turns into a good winner. And yeah, like every buy I've taken in the last month, I've gotten to hold them longer as I go on. Like beginning of January, I was taking buys, getting out of them. 2 weeks after, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna hold these long. 3 weeks, like I'm starting to hold them longer. Hopefully, I'm not holding it till the end, like too long. That's the worst when you have a whole month of just buys, and like you're literally in the uptrend all month, and then you're like, I could have just let one or two of these trades run all month, and it would have been like, you know, I was right, man. Last night, I'm telling you, those magic arrows. That's why I say, plug in. It's a long game, guys. Like, everyone wants signals every day, but trading's a job too, you know. Might not think that, you know, but one of the guys I learned from, he literally, I didn't learn how to trade from him. I learned psychology from him and mindset and discipline. I learned discipline from him because he's a really disciplined person outside of trading. Outside of trading, one of the persons I learned from, outside of the world of trading, was one of the most disciplined people you would meet in general life. He was organized. He was never late to stuff. He just did everything. Kind of guy that would probably brush his teeth in the morning, make his bed every morning, like just disciplined, straight line, right? So I learned a lot of discipline from someone 5 years ago, and he said on one call, all I had after this is probably the last call I had with him too, and I never watched him again after this because I figured it out after he said this. I just treated my trading different. He said you just got to treat it like a job and just show up every day. That's all he said to me, and I just took it differently. I just took it differently. So every day I would show up to the chart at midnight, 1 a.m. 1 a.m. A guy I learned from. A little thing like that gave me a breakthrough. Just one little thing like that. He's just like, just show up every day at the same time. Treat it like a job. Like, just treat it like a job. Show up at same time every day. Where's my stop loss, buddy? It's a no stop loss right now situation for me. So we'll see how price action kind of goes. I have an entry at 28.95, 28.97, 28.98, 2900, 28.99. I have kind of entries scattered all over. So for me, if it comes back, like if this candle goes all the way back to like 28, the low. So I would say the low right here. That's safe point right now because I'm looking for a swing. I'm trying to hold this on the 4 hour. Please, Lord. No, I'm not going to say please. Please, Lord, go up. Have you ever been there? Please, Lord. Anyone ever been there? Please, Lord, make this go up. I want. You ever been there? Like Forex gods. I won't do this ever again. Who's ever been there? All right, let's listen to Grandpa, man, who's been kind of ignoring him. The market, you know, obviously his statement was maybe what the market expected. Bitcoin's dumping. Great. Thanks. First thing they talked about was crypto. It's like hovering at 97K. 96K is lower. I would personally, like, if I was trying to just scalp it and see if it sticks quickly, maybe. But since I'm in gold, maybe like 96 or 95. 96, 95 area maybe. Like it's at that 90, like it's just below 97 right now. So it depends on if it flings back up above 97. But 96, 95 area maybe for Bitcoin. Like watch those prices maybe later. Maybe when Trump speaks. Maybe gold to just rip back to like 29.20 today. And then I'll make like probably like 10K. And as long as Trump doesn't mess it up, it should, go up. Hopefully Trump doesn't mess up. Powell. So from what that guy said, remember what that guy said? How the guy that was getting kind of interviewed in the chair because he read his statement? Because the statement was written. It was kind of like everything everyone expected. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29.20. 29 Market back to normal. Gold bullish again. All-time highs coming. back to the bulls. Back to the races. Sometimes, so you'll get more experience. Like some of you guys are, I don't mean to maybe like say like belittle you or make you feel like you're like some of you guys are rookies or maybe in the amateur stage. You're not as matured on the charts. You're not as disciplined or maybe as experienced and confident. When I say matured, maturing is also going through a progress that gains you confidence too. Sometimes you got to treat things as certain situations. Like I go into sometimes like I'm gonna treat this like it's a buy the dip scenario. Like I'm buying the dip. Like they dumped price. Like this is what they did. They dumped price. Sorry, it's moving. I'm just gonna stick with my plan for the day. My plan was, even last night, I literally even said last night, guys, I said, if it dips down, it'll probably be a buy the dip for New York because New York's gonna digest this news because this news came out last night. I said that last night. I said that exact sentence. Sometimes I like predict the future so good that yeah. It happens. Magic arrows. We're on stream. I didn't post this chart last night, but passed out early last night. Bro, I ate some cookies, and y'all, like I can't eat cookies. I can't eat cookies or cake. I can only eat like donuts maybe. I've never eaten candy in my life before, or chocolate. I've never drinking pop. I've never had a candy in my life. So like when I eat sweets, I feel terrible. I feel hungover basically. If I eat anything sweet, sugary, because I've never eaten sugar my whole life. Like as a toddler, as a baby, I never ate candy. I would go trick or treating and just give the candy to my brother and sister. A girl made me try chocolate once, and that was it. Never again. Didn't like it. I just don't like sweet stuff, so when I eat it, I get sick. Like my body the next day, like so literally, I ate some cake. Had like cream cheese icing on it, and then I ate some oatmeal cookies. Oh man, I haven't eaten like that probably. It's like if you eat McDonald's and you don't eat McDonald's for 8 months, and then you go eat McDonald's, you'll be like, oh, your body be like, what did you just put in me, bro? I felt hungover. Yo, I'm never doing that again. That was yesterday, bro. I felt hungover from freaking food, dog. That tells you how bad certain things are for your body. Bro, it was so good though. It was so good. But literally, like, I couldn't, like, yesterday I was like, oh, I felt terrible. Because I ate literally sweets, cake, and cookies. Yeah. Yeah, Avion. I drink Avion's good. Avion's good water. Fiji's not even the best. Fiji's not even good water. Avion's better. Well, you go to Europe, totally different water. Like Europe, you go to like places in Europe, Sweden, Italy. You know, in Europe, like, man, the way they do their water out there, way better. I see people drink tap water here, and I'm like, bruh, you're like micro poisoning yourself. I'll see people drink tap water. I'm like, yo, what are you doing? Unless you got like a filter on it. I don't know. It's all the same like stuff. This is in plastic, so it's like water in plastic. Like I like going to Europe because everywhere you go, they have glass water in Europe. Everywhere you go in Europe, everywhere, literally, it's glass water bottles. Natural water, like most places in Europe. Your body will tell you, like, if like McDonald's, for instance, like if you eat McDonald's, oh man, I used to love McDonald's. If I eat McDonald's now, my body the next day I'm sick because I haven't eaten it forever. Like, it's good, it tastes good, but it's not good for you. Your body, like, if you're used to something, it's like alcohol. If you drink alcohol, you're used to drinking it. So maybe you have a tolerance. So you have like tolerances with food. You have a food tolerance with certain food that's bad for you, and you just don't know it because your body's just so used to it. That's how, like, people grow old. Like, with what you put in your body makes you grow older too. You are what you eat. So yeah, your boy yesterday was like, like food hungover. I don't know. Like I was like, yo, what? Oh no, man. Worse than being hungover. At least you could just quickly sweat that out. Sitting on your I still remember your words. Trading is 20%. Yeah, like, fast is slow. So, like, what's that? Less is more. Is there? Maybe I seen this once. Fast is slow. Forex. Maybe I made it and it was less is more. I turned it into less is more. That's what I did. Or it was less is more. I turned it into fast is slow. I found it on Instagram and saw, like, a less is more. It was just a circle. I gotta find it. It's a cool quote. Maybe I can find it on. I got it saved on my phone somewhere for sure. Less is more. If you were to, I'll draw it out real quick. Boring old Powell today. Maybe tomorrow. He speaks again tomorrow. Watch him tomorrow. Just come out with like a quick surprise.
The manual that we've been using for account access for master accounts. We're just going to take that out. But I think this needs a fresh look, and I think it's time for that, and we're going to.
So it's like less equals more. Slow equals fast in trading. Like in trading,
some of the banks that
slow is fast because it's the long game you're playing as well. Like, you want to play the long game. You could be profitable. You just know probabilities happen more over time. All right, probabilities happen more over time. Right, over time, probabilities happen more and more and more. That setup that you see, maybe it's that 4-hour setup you're used to seeing. Maybe it's something on the 5-minute that you're used to seeing. Or maybe like probabilities happen more over time. So you could be profitable taking 5 trades a month, just knowing probabilities come more over time, 5 times a month, right? Profitability, so probability, we like that word, that's a good word, probability, but profitability, so profitability, over time more things happen, right? More probabilities. It's, in terms of profitability, it doesn't take trading every day to be profitable. I think it takes showing up every day to get in tune and keep up with things, stay on top of the market, not get too far behind, right? We say slow is fast because you don't want to get too ahead of the market, but you still want to stay on tops of things so you're not too far behind, right? So you can adapt, so you know where things are kind of at. In terms of profitability, remaining profitable, getting profit, making a profit. I'm sure everyone on this session has taken a trade and it's been in profit, right? I'm sure you've had profitable months. Less is more over time, because more probabilities happen over time. So you really want to, like, if you want to get yourself to the long game, give yourself a number that you know you're okay with. Like, okay, 5 to 10 trades a month. Portuguese water, fire, yo. In Portugal, Lisbon, I stayed, oh yeah, for sure. For sure. In Portugal, facts. I've been to Portugal, but I gotta go more south, you know? Like, you know how you have the south of Spain, the south of France, south of Italy, beautiful. Gotta go to the south of Portugal more. south of Spain, fire. Like fire. So like if you give yourself a number like 10 a month, if you're like, okay, 10 trades a month. I know it's a small number for the month, but I know over time there'll be those probabilities that I can operate with. Maybe 5 a month, 5 to 10 a month. Because I know guys who take 5 trades a month, but they'll risk 20K per trade, 50K per trade, 100K per trade. They're doing less trades, but they're doing more over time. Larger amount of risk, capital-wise. So there might be a guy who takes 1 or 2 trades a week, but he knows his probability over time stretches out, right? Oh, yeah, gold. Thank you. Shows follow the plan. Hopefully Trump doesn't mess it up. Swiss, yeah, Switzerland for sure. Swiss, yeah, and Europe in general, even Sweden. You go to Sweden, clean water there, nice water. But the thing I like about Europe, like if you go to a nice restaurant here, yeah, they'll give you like glass water. But Europe, everywhere you go, it's like you could get glass water, cheap. That's what you want to be drinking, I think. You don't want to be drinking about plastic water, because the thing about like smart water, they call that dead water. One of my trainers told me it's called dead water because it sits on the shelf so much before it even gets on the store, apparently. Apparently. If you can get it out of glass, that's probably like the best, because like it's in glass, plastic, microplastics, who knows. Or if you get like a alkaline water filter machine, they're like $5,000. You can have it for, like, it's something you can hook up to your sink. I think they're like 3 to 5, depending on the ones. That's what some people do. I have a friend in Colombia. His sink is literally a water filter. Swiss Alps has the best water. This 4 hour looks pretty decent on gold, guys. Like, it could hold. Right, we've seen the 4 hour flip. Hopefully you guys, some of you guys maybe were able to get in. You could try to swing it. I want to try to swing gold up and see what it does maybe on this 4 hour and the next one. But it is pushing up. 4 hour closing bullish. It's looking kind of like this 4 hour down here. See at, yo, remember I said kind of at like 28.50? See the 4 hour down there? I'm like, it looks like this 4 hour. That's at 28.50. Kind of looks like that one. And you see after that it goes up. Like, that's what I want. If this 4 hour closes bullish, I don't know how much the next one's gonna go up. It could be like look what happened here, right? It's just more of the confirmation. Like, okay, 4 hour close bullish. Next 4 hour could potentially go up. Was anybody able to get in? Gary Brecka, yeah, Gary Brecka from Miami. One of my friends lives in his building. A good friend of mine. It's like the most expensive zip code in Miami, I think. That was at the 1000 Museum. I lived next to that building. It's a huge building, crazy. The floors in that building are, if you live in a building, there's buildings in Miami that literally you get the floor, the whole entire floor is yours, or half the floor is yours. Never buy water, true water. Yeah, never buy water. You gotta find this guy, true water. This guy's going to the natural springs and collecting it himself. This guy's going to the natural springs in the Swiss Alps, climbing the mountain, like going to the Swiss Alps, natural springs, gathering his own water, eh? Is that what? Yeah, tap water's, well, you gotta think about taps. They're so rooted, like the tap, like the pipes could be so, you know, like look in your pipes, you know, it's like, oh, my water goes through that. But anyway, enough. We talk about water. What's the next talk? You are what you eat. Water, like, food is, just be more food conscious. especially this day and age. Like I think with Twitter and TikTok and Instagram and social media, the amount of if you open up your Instagram, someone's gonna say, "Don't eat eggs, don't eat red meat, don't drink water, don't eat vegetables, don't drink this, sunflower seeds, oils, like no matter what, there's gonna be one guy saying this, like red meat's bad for you, water's bad for you, eggs are bad for you, broccoli's bad for you. This for you, it just depends on how you feel about how your body feels. Like your body will tell you if you eat something bad the next day. So for you, it's like how do you feel, right? Because not everybody can just be on a red meat diet. Some people really actually need carbs. They go carb deficient. So some people actually really need carbs, or else you'll deplete. If you go on a high protein diet for 2-3 months, you might deplete after 2-3 months. Like, oh wow, I need to really get on carbs. Like, so everyone's different. Everyone's different too. You got to kind of learn your body. I'd say one thing, quit alcohol. It starts with that, because then your brain will be more kind of less cloudy, more subconscious. Alcohol is like a drug, like a poison. So I think that's a root for bad eating habits, is also alcohol. That's a root cause for sure. Especially beer. Yeah, this 4-hour looks decent. Damn, they're still speaking. Look at silver. The silver has a big 4-hour. A big one. Gold is kind of flipping, more bullish. Yeah, like they say you are what you eat, or they say you are what you listen to. Too. They also say what you are what you are, what you say is what you are, and what you listen to, the music. Something like that. Music too, with frequencies, if you guys believe in that. Maybe I'm going too deep now with the music. Frequencies. I believe in frequencies, so I believe in energy and frequency. Music has that. We're gonna go down a rabbit hole this session soon. We're gonna end off talking about like where are we gonna get at the end of this? We're gonna go into aliens and talk about Project Bluebeam, and we're gonna be going deep here. The Matrix. All of a sudden, everything's a vibration. Good, yeah, exactly. See, someone said everything's a vibration. Yeah, a lot of things are on vibration too, right? So I've always been a quiet guy that just kind of pays attention to everything, because eventually things like reveal themselves, especially. I like how someone said everything's a vibration, because one of the first ever videos I watched before I got into trading because of this video. The law of vibration. Bob Proctor. How old is this? Where is it? There it is, 9 years ago. I got into trading because of this video. The law of vibration. Law of attraction, law of vibration. That's where I started studying that. Not when this video. I remember this video 9 years ago. Maybe I'll play it in a bit. The Earth, yeah. Someone said Earth is flat, though. If we get into that, well. YouTube, yo, we're on YouTube. One day we're on Kick. One day, maybe in the future, we'll go on Kick. I'll just be on YouTube. We'll get into the TikTok conspiracies. That's what we'll do next time. Like it's a boring day where Jerome Powell is speaking. We'll just pull up some Twitter or something, or we'll find a board game. We'll play a board game. play a game next time. It's like Grandpa's speaking. Damn, Grandpa, yo, he's going to work today. This is a guy. This guy, man. There was a lady called Janet Yellen. Like when I first started trading, it was Janet Yellen. This woman, Janet Yellen, and when she would speak, it would be like what happens with when Jerome Powell speaks nowadays. Everybody watches, everybody listens. What's crypto doing, I wonder? Like crypto's just kind of finding its... Crypto's got to find its, find its heart. If you look at... This is 97,000, so the zones. So each zone is $1,000 apart from each other. You might notice the prices. We got 95,000 at the bottom. 95,000. And we got 96,000 here. So right now, if you kind of look, it's hovering around a little bit, I'd say a little bit, kind of like on 97,000 right now. But those green zones I have marked represent the whole numbers, like what we do with gold, right? 95, 96, 97. I could go up and put one at 98 here, for example, just for you guys real quick. 98,000, right? So these are some primal numbers for Bitcoin, especially because whales. So like the 1%ers, the whales, like the big people, like the people who are more patient too. The whales drive price to these levels to buy at them. Like smart money pushes price to these, and there's a lot of orders that will respond around these prices, close at these prices, react at these prices, like a support, like a resistance.
I think bank accounts overall across the economy are safe. Yes, we've still got deposit insurance at the FDIC.
96. So I like to let price dip, like kind of like gold, like we buy the dip. But I like with Bitcoin, I like to let price dip to some of these. If you're paying attention to them across different time frames, you might see shorter, smaller reactions in certain moments. Like if you're looking at a 1 hour, there's going to be more reactions on a 1 hour, maybe at shorter term, kind of like what I talk about with gold, like kind of in the moment. Like maybe it's right now, the market's reacting at this price and it does what it does for a couple hours or so.
Yesterday, the president mentioned how he was, quote, examining Treasury debt payments for possible fraud. And
I'm still bullish on gold, like overall, even like just on the bigger picture, guys, of like trade wars going on. Trump's about to speak in 30 minutes. Who knows what goes on there?
What kind of effect would that have on both stability of the dollar and the overstability of the oil?
I'm still overall bullish until like there's a big trend shift sign. Like, yeah, he's still speaking. He's answering questions. It's a long interview.
From a Fed standpoint,
it's a long interview.
The President of the United States starts to say we're not going to pay our Treasury debt. You're going to have no view at all?
I'm not going to comment on things that the president says.
I would like to see us at some point get a stronger answer on that, because I think that in light of the president's willingness to shut down agencies willy-nilly, his ability to potentially curtail payment of debt, I think would have devastating consequences on our economy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, there's been a lot of conversation both in
You're
and out
currently
of this
listening to
hearing
Federal
room today.
Reserve Chair Jerome Powell being questioned in front of the Senate Banking Committee. Currently speaking is Republican Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
President Trump ran on this. I mean, he said we're going to look for wasteful spending across our government.
Standing
We're
on
$36
business.
trillion.
You saw that? You saw his face? How he was like... So he looked at him? Powell standing on business. That's funny. Look at the daily too. The daily right now with 5 hours remaining tells us there's some indecision here. Consolidation, like it's not reversal necessarily. The daily's not saying reversal right now. The daily's not saying bearish. It's saying more bullish than bearish. It's showing a wick at the top and a wick at the bottom. Small body, right? A lot of sell pressure came from the top, but the small body in between those two large wicks currently being formed on the day is showing indecision.
discuss some monetary policy issues, but I first want to highlight a few supervisory
experience, I'd say.
We unfortunately started 20
Usually being right afterwards, you know, letting go of a trade and then watching it play out after. That's where that comes from, Matt. Confidence from hold, like, you know, like the amount of times I close a trade and then it's like, I should have held that. I should have held that. I should have held that, right? Pyramids, get into the pyramid talk. Put on the aluminum hat. Oh, yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I'm literally great. Legend, Bob Proctor. I learned a lot from him when I started. This is the first video I saw. And I would have been like 18 years old. 17, just turned 18 years old, right? When I watched this. And I want to play it soon. I want to play it maybe before the end of the session because it's good. You guys can watch it yourself on your own time. Every morning, so there was a kid I met and I told him to do something every morning. He was like, "Bro, I want to be where you're at." I was like, "Listen to this audio every morning." So what I want you to do every morning is listen to The Strangest Secret by Earl Nightingale. All right? Every morning when you wake up, don't look at your phone, don't look at Instagram, don't go on TikTok. You know, maybe send your good morning messages to your shorty or to your man. Send your good morning text out. But every morning when you wake up, listen to this. Just listen to this. Maybe when you're driving to work, catching the bus, catching the train, catching the plane, riding the bike, catching a hike. Oh. Listen to this every day.
With Web3 Bay. 3BAY is your key to Web 3E.
When I was 18, I listened to this every single day. When I was 18 years old, I listened to this every single day. It was like, I probably know it. Like, if I were to listen to it, I'd probably say the lines as it goes. Listen to this every morning. Listen to this guy.
I'd like to tell you about the strangest secret in the world. Some years ago, the late Nobel Prize-winning Dr. Albert Schweitzer was being interviewed in London, and a reporter asked him, "Doctor, what's wrong with men today?" And the great doctor was silent a moment, and then he said, "Men simply don't think." It's about this that I want to talk with you. We live today in a golden age. This is an era that man has looked forward to, dreamed of, and worked toward for thousands of years. But since it's here, we pretty well take it for granted. We in America are particularly fortunate to live in the richest land that ever existed on the face of the earth, a land of abundant opportunity for everyone. But you know what happens? Well, let's take 100 men who start even at the age of 25. Do you have any idea what will happen to those men by the time they're 65? These 100 men who all start even at the age of 25 believe they're going to be successful. If you ask any one of these men if he wanted to be a success, he'd tell you he did. And you'd notice that
it's 31 minutes. It gets way better throughout it. That's Earl Nightingale. It's old, so that's like mentors. You got Napoleon Hill. You got people like Bob Proctor, but Bob Proctor came from people like this guy. Napoleon Hill, Dale Carnegie, these guys, and they're just big on the philosophy of mind. Like, if you listen to how he talks, it's how Bob Proctor and Napoleon Hill, like, if you listen to those guys, it's a lot of information that's passed along, right? So this is a good audio. I used to listen to this every single day. Yeah, Where the Ideal. He talks about how success is a progressive realization of a worthy ideal. So what that means is success is progress to a goal, one direction, like continuous progression of a worthy ideal, a worthy goal, right? A goal in mind, right? Success is the progression of it, the continuous progression of working towards a goal. That's what all these guys talk about. Right? It's about creating a goal in your mind, visualizing something in your mind. So when you take a nap, what do? Do you dream of dreams, or like what do you guys do when you sleep, when you're sleeping, when you're napping? Are you visualizing? Are you manifesting things? That's what you should do when you're sleeping, when you're maybe taking a nap. You should be picturing yourself somewhere else. Picture yourself maybe speaking on a stage. Picturing big blue screens, maybe like a 20K blue screen day on your MT5. Visualize things that you want, where you want to be. Visualization is key. It's imagery. The mind works a lot with, these guys talk about, I've watched plenty of Bob Proctor videos, probably hundreds of them, and they talk about the same things over and over again. It's the same thing over and over again. They talk about the power of the mind, right? The subconscious mind. And they talk a lot about the power of words and images in these guys. And they'll say, like, for instance, if you close your eyes and you say a word, you're not going to see that word in your head. You're going to see that image, like phone, or I don't know, anything, like water bottle. If I close my eyes and I talk about the water bottle, I'm going to see that. So like Bob, they'll talk about that. I started studying I started watching. It was this video. I remember this video.
Father of the space.
First video I ever saw, and I was like, I think there's one on his channel. I don't know. I probably saw the one on his channel. I don't know. Like there was this. I literally remember this, like him outside. Yeah.
He said in every situation.
Literally, I remember that. Yeah. Like that scene of him outside in the garden. Yeah, I could listen to Earl Knight. I like his voice too. I agree. The voice, like, not everyone I can listen to because it's like, I think the voice also gives energy for different people. Like, some people might hear Earl Nightingale be like, it's kind of old. It hits me different. His voice definitely hits me different too. That'd be more powerful. Because you got a lot of guys. Another good one, like Jim Ron. Jim Ron, if you guys know Jim Ron, or Les Brown. I saw him speak live once years ago in like Las Vegas, I think it was, or Miami at a convention. Les Brown, you got to be hungry. Watch his You Got to Be Hungry when he was younger, like younger Les Brown.
Mustafa, I want you to sit right over here. Sit right over here, Mustafa. Because I know as I do this material here, once you do it 3 times, it's yours, you know?
He knows how to entertain a crowd, keep them laughing too. But he's very powerful with his words.
Be close to me. I want you to look at someone on your right and left, shake their hands and say, I'm doing better than good and better than most. Let's do that right quick, please.
Yo, this is a big interview. Powell is standing on business today. He's like, I'm gonna let the president.
I'd like to talk with you this evening.
You gotta watch this video.
About being hungry. Somebody said, I'm hungry. It is.
You gotta watch Les Brown. Les Brown's an OG.
I'm not asking
like,
that you believe anything that
he's
I
an
say.
OG. He's
I'm not asking
he's
that
a G.
you agree with me. I'm merely asking that you stand on and in the conversation that we'll share with you this evening. And if there's something that I say that can fit and work for you, I say use it.
This is old too.
If not,
like Les Brown goes back to the 90s.
Is that all right?
And like Jim Ron.
That's fair enough. Very good. All right. One of the things I have realized, and many of us have, that if you want something out of life,
I think 4 hours is going to close
if you
above
want to change yourself,
2,900.
if you want to acquire something, if there's some goal that you want to reach, that is really not easy.
We're above 2,900 now, guys. Like a bullish close above this means like potentially lift off into the atmosphere, stratosphere.
Overcoming negative habits, it's challenging.
If you're not in gold, try to see if it pulls back closer to 2,900.
Living alone is just very difficult.
Is anybody in gold? Type in the chat if you're in gold.
That living is difficult. Life is very challenging. I heard a song once by a guy named Dimples called If it ain't one thing, it's another. I say to you, if it ain't one thing, it's 12 others. Always something. You will never, ever have a problem-free moment in life. Somebody said, and I like this, that you either in a problem or just left one or headed toward one.
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny.
Anybody found that to be so? Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. I mean, there's always something. So how do we begin to nurture that hunger? What are the characteristics or the qualities of people that are hungry? What will it take for me to get some of the things that I want? And being hungry for those things. Number one, you've got to work on yourself. It's very important that you engage in an ongoing process to develop you. Spend more time on yourself than what you've been spending. It's very important. You owe that to yourself. I was reading a book by Og Mandino called The University of Success.
We're in profit, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, Skids is in it.
He said many of us never realize our greatness
Skids is in it. Obviously, Skids is in it. Like, obviously, Skids is in it.
We spread ourselves too thin. Don't know how to say no.
You guys see Skids here every day?
And we find ourselves doing all kinds of
I'm
things.
up 2,400 right now.
Time to do those things that we need to do to work on ourselves. And then there goes a second.
Maybe it goes
that goes another second. That goes
29:10.
another second. And we can't stop and hold time. And before you know it, you wake up one day and you're behind in your dreams and your bills.
Trying to scale in. I think I'm done with that. I'm full. I went pretty heavy.
So decide that you're going to take
Watch this video today. It's 44 minutes, so like he's pretty funny. Like if you were listening there, like, I literally laughed at it. But it's impactful information.
Because you are creating your own production.
Like you'll laugh, but this is like the type of video that gives me more fire. I remember the first time I heard this, the experience, it was like, wow, this guy. I remember like first time hearing his voice, like just at the beginning. Like I remember like just I literally remember the beginning. Like when he's like, good evening everyone.
My mother fixed the kind of sweet potato pie you can't eat with your shoes on.
Yeah, I used to sweet potato.
So you can wiggle your toes. It sticks on my fingers.
Once, like throughout this, like he says some jokes like that. His mom is sweet potato pie and stuff.
Little demons from Colonel Sanders driving my car in there.
This guy.
I had to say no.
We're up on goal, baby. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
I saw a skinny man get hit by a truck.
Show the people that didn't tune in the stream what they missed.
Had a little bit more weight, he might have lived. You know?
W's in the chat, fam. W's in the chat. W's in the chat. W's.
That voice is awesome.
I'm in it.
So you have got to stand up.
Holy, it came back to one of my entries I had in the long drawdown.
When you're working on something you want to achieve,
almost rug pulled myself.
You have got to stand up to that voice.
Good day.
You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities.
This is the part right here.
On what you're doing.
She's like, you gotta.
To that voice.
Talks about you gotta sell. She talks about you gotta be hungry and like, if you have a dog at home, David Goggins talks about this. If you have a dog at home, you put food in front of that dog all day. That dog's, no matter how many times you put food in front of that dog's gonna be hungry. You could put anything in front of that dog's gonna keep going. So he talks about the dog mentality. He talks about you gotta be hungry. You gotta be hungry. David Goggins talks about the dog mentality. You gotta be hungry. Because if you think about a dog, what's a dog? If anybody has a dog at home, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've had a dog, you could put food in front of your dog all day, and that damn dog will eat. That damn dog won't stop eating food, right? Especially if you have a big dog, right? Even a little dog, any dog, it's an animal, right? So you got to kind of be like in that hungry state. He says you got to sell yourself.
When you're working on something you want to achieve, you have got to stand up to that voice. You've got to sell yourself every day on your abilities, on what you're doing, on the goal that you want to reach. You've got to sell yourself every day, every day, every day. According to your level of belief, it will manifest itself in what you're doing.
So level of belief, in the book Think and Grow Rich, they say only those who believe it can achieve it, right? You will not receive it unless you believe it. It's kind of like that. Only those, I'll pull up the quote, right? Because I'm a trader, but people don't really know me for this side of things. Like how much personal development how many books I've read and these things. Only those who believe it can achieve it. So how does the quote go? Only those who believe. In the book Think and Grow Rich. I'm going to find it. It's like it's one of the ones that rhymes in that book. Whatever your mind can conceive, it can believe. No, it's not that one. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Now that I want to find it, it's gonna pop up sometime today. I'm gonna find it. It's just gonna magically pop up because like my phone's probably listening to me, and then it's gonna just pop up later and be like, "Oh, there it is." I'm gonna find it. Now I gotta find it. Keep on listening to Les Brown.
Whatever we have right now, whatever we're demonstrating in our lives, is a result of what we believe subconsciously that we deserve. And part of increasing that belief level is that you have got to convince yourself every day. You've got to sell yourself. I do a lot of training for many corporations, and I conduct sales seminars, and I've heard all kind of guys doing techniques and training people techniques of how to close sales and how to work with and begin to control the sale and how to ask for the close. Let me share something with you. You can learn all the techniques in the world. If you don't believe in yourself, it won't happen for you. I learned all of it. So that's why I do a training called Focus on the Seller. You've got to focus on you. And as you convince you, as you sell yourself every day, you will begin to see a difference in the things that you're doing. Selling yourself on your ability to perform a job, to achieve a certain objective. Telling yourself every day, here I go again. And I got what it takes. This is my day. And nothing out here is going to stop me. And when you go out there, life, say, come over here. Say it again. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. That brings me to the next thing. It takes courage
I'm
to
gonna find it, man. I'm gonna find it today.
Part of being hungry when you've been
defeated. I'm gonna look for it after
defeated.
the stream.
It takes courage.
It's a specific
to
quote.
Start over again. I used to do door-to-door sales, and I was working with another friend of mine, and door-to-door sales, I mean, it's punishing. It's cruel and unusual punishment.
Yeah, this thing's long.
Knock on the door. Hello, would you like to buy a nice working television set? No money down? No!
Yeah, check out that video. Check out some of those. I'll put the other one in the chat. I forgot.
See that as a political question.
Back to the boring stuff. I mean, fun.
Let me quickly note that we don't regulate or supervise insurance companies for the most part, but we're seeing the same thing, which is both banks and insurance companies are pulling out of areas, coastal areas and things like that, or areas where there are
we're above 2,900 now, guys.
What that's going to mean is that, you know, if you fast forward,
still think the 4 hour, you know, fits with everything I talked about. It may swing up for the day. Trump speaks soon, so
banks won't have branches.
How that's gonna go.
That's.
I think for now, like it was a buy all session. Literally, all session was a buy. Literally. I was right yesterday. If you were on last night, I was right. I was able to get some of you guys. I see a lot of W's in the chat. Good stuff. I think we maintain above 2,900. It's crazy because remember last night I was like, as long as we stay above 2,900, it's good. Well, we went below 2,900. Now we're back above 2,900. Remember last night's discussion? We were saying maybe it stays above 2,900. If it doesn't, it goes below, but now it's back above 2,900, which is interesting. So it could try to maintain and stay above that price potentially for the day, maybe going into tomorrow even, tonight. I don't think there's much. We looked at a lot on stream. Been on for a while. I think we stay above 2,900. If anything, get more continuation on the next 4-hour candle or the next 2. Or even later tonight, maybe there's a price pullback closer to 2,900 on a smaller time frame. That goes more back to 2,900. That could potentially happen. Like 2,905, 2,900 area. If the market does do, let's say, some form of a pullback, it could try to retest 2,900, revisit it before staying above it fully. But that's still what I see. I did say I was thinking buys today, guys. I was thinking it's a buy market. Should have went hammer. We should just bought right at the beginning. See, a lot of people got buys. Try break even or seeing if it holds for the day. I'm gonna try seeing if it holds for the day. Up to you. If you're up good profit, you could always close. It's kind of one of those scenarios where it's either break even, take some partials, trying to hold, let the winner run. Because when you're in a profit, like, it depends on how many pips you're up. I don't know how many pips some people are up. If you're in profit, it's like the profit you might like the profit and be like, I had a good day. This is a good day. Maybe you're up $500. Maybe you're up $200. Maybe more or less. And it's like, this is good enough for the day. That's up to you. I'm gonna hold everything that I'm in, and see if this thing goes up more to like 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. Maybe a couple hours from now. Still, if you got out, like, you could get out, it's a successful day, profitable day for the market. Even close partials, like close some partials, let some winners run, and successful day. Like, if you caught buys for yourself. We'll be back on tonight. Yeah, we have another session tonight. I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon. Like, probably not much more to talk about. We're above 2,900 again, just like we were last night. I'd be kind of looking to see if the 4-hour stays above 2,900. The 4 hours like flip bullish. See if it maintains, stays above that 2,900, and it could still stay as like a support. Other than that, we'll be back on tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. We have another session tonight. I'm going to wrap it up for the day. We're going to be back on tonight on YouTube here at 10 p.m. Eastern time. What time is it right now? It's 11:30 a.m.
What seems to be a very popular topic right at this point, that's the CFPB. And your response to Senator
So what is that? 11:30. It's like 12 right now. 12 to 10. It's like 8 hours from now.
Exercise any discretion over what the funds are used for. Is that correct? As long as it's compliant with the law.
I'd say like 9. Like 9. No, at 12, like 9, 10 hours from now. That's 10 p.m. Eastern time, New York time. I'll be back later tonight, though. We're going to wrap it up here for the day. I mean, gold moved up. Maybe it sticks. I would see if you're looking for a buy, maybe 2,900 gets retested, and the 4 hour still maintains itself.
Every corner, particularly from the other side, complaints about excessive delegation of authority.
A couple dropped there, but
when this entity was intentionally created.
I did say after I waited for it to dip. I did say after it pulled up a bit, I did say I was getting in a buy like here. So could have caught like almost a 100 pip move there, pretty much. Made a decent move there from when I said I was getting in. But buy the dip. Sometimes you got to treat it like a buy the dip scenario, not be so scared too, or fearful. The market will do these types of scenarios like over and over again. But we'll be back on tonight, guys. Pretty much that's going to be it for the day. I want to see where it is in maybe an hour or two after Trump speaks, after this 4 hour and the next. As far as already going bullish, if this one closes bullish, then the next one could potentially continue direction. Might be a solid bullish close here coming. When we get those at low points, like after the market's dropped, the next set of candles can go up. It's just like a wait. That's where it takes time. When you're trading on the 4 hour, it's like you got to hold sometimes to get that move, like 4 to 8 hours. 8 to 12 hours even, because you got to catch 1, 2, 3 candlesticks. Maybe you're buying on 1 4-hour candle, you got to catch the next set of candles. So trading like this can also take time to hold the trade. Like if it's like, okay, this candle closes bullish, what if the next candle goes up? That next candle's still 4 hours, right? Still time, right? So, right, that next 4 hour maybe continues the direction that this 4 hours kind of already going. If this one closes bullish, potentially. A Diddy candle. Jeez. Yo, Kanye was on one. I think he got everything off his chest. Maybe like, jeez. I missed the old. Everybody now we missed the old Kanye. Now we know what he missed. That old Kanye. That was the Green Goblin. Yo, the Green Goblin took over him. Something, man. I went on his Twitter and I was like, yo, all right, I'm done. Like I was looking at some of it. I was like, all right, this is too much. This is, chill. Show the tweet. Yo, I think he deleted his Twitter. Nah, I'm pretty sure he's off now. Elon took him off. Elon let him go on a rant. Yeah, like, he's off Twitter now. He's gone. You could go on Twitter and type in like Kanye West tweets, and people definitely screenshotted like all of them. You guys see his Super Bowl commercial?
Okay, so will you commit to report to this committee, majority and minority?
Twitter's messed up. I use Twitter for crypto, but Twitter's messed up. Because Twitter, you can get everyone's opinion on there, and it's. I guess the guy went off. Deactivated it. Yeah, that's good. I think he needed that.
Hispanic Americans and white Americans to narrow.
Trump might be. Let's see.
Long-standing disparities in employment.
We're on Bloomberg. Usually they would play like when he's speaking. Like we're on Bloomberg right now, watching Bloomberg live.
Some gaps have reached historic lows.
I'm pretty sure Bloomberg would broadcast Trump speaking.
And white workers is near its lowest point in almost 50 years. That is the economy that the Trump administration is inheriting. A historic low in almost 50 years. Chair Powell, as you work to promote maximum employment, what steps
Senate debate, EU pushes back against new Trump tariffs and more.
The best thing we can do is to it's both of our mandates really, because
there's this on, if you go on like Fox, live on Fox.
Show you how to turn 26K of trading capital into consistent monthly gains in just 5 minutes a day. Here's how. So if you want to know.
This is live on Fox. I don't know if yeah. I think this is it.
I do want to end with an acknowledgement of my men and women.
Closing.
I had a conversation with the
pursue
Kansas
your
City police
mandate,
chief about
you want to make sure that it's working.
Texting me.
Would you agree
JD Vance there.
When he realized it was done, he said, "Kevin, get ready for the celebration."
Trump didn't already speak, did he?
For a minute, just take an opportunity to thank my men and women. They have been grinding for quite some time. We've had the highs and the lows.
We don't have equity data.
And Fridays especially.
You could go on, like right now, this is Fox News, Fox Live. Fox Live now. Bloomberg usually broadcasts like any speed. Like you see they're broadcasting Jerome Powell right now on Bloomberg Live, Bloomberg Business News Live. Yahoo Finance, but this is live on Fox. I think this is it. Jordan King arrives. So the King of Jordan, Abdullah II, is arriving in Washington, the White House. So Jordan's king. So the king of Jordan, Abdullah, the second, I think it is. He's arriving at the White House. So that's what this is about, too. So that might maybe it could happen in 30 minutes, an hour from now. Next 30 minutes to an hour, probably. So Bloomberg. If anything, maybe Jerome Powell is done speaking when it is, but Jerome Powell has been going on for a while now. Okay. Gold, big pullback. I was up a nice bag there. But yeah, Fox, so you can watch it here, like, gotta pay attention. So it's coming soon. It's not ready yet. So see how it says soon? Jordan's king arrives at White House. So it's coming soon. He's gonna arrive to the White House. Him and Trump. Let's see, we'll see. Talk about U.S. president. This is in plane. Yeah, that's starting probably soon. Maybe in the next hour. That's starting. Maybe in the next hour. Fox News, like live now from Fox. Fox is a big broadcasting station, so they're usually kind of everywhere. They're pretty much like a lot of times like everywhere at the, like, you know, Bloomberg News. Bloomberg's, you know. And cool thing, Bloomberg's all like, so Bloomberg is 24 hours. Bloomberg Live. They'll do like the different markets, but yeah, they like this is their whole schedule. Look at this, they're live. 12 to 5, 5 to 6. They do different things between different hours. So this is called Bloomberg Intelligence. Next is called their Balance of Power. It's the same kind of thing every day. They have other channels on Bloomberg, on YouTube. Is that live? Oh, I was like, is that live? Yeah, like some of the things Jerome Powell is talking about, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I don't even know like what it means, some of the stuff. There's little times I'm listening to these things and I hear stuff, like I was listening to Trump speak once and he talked about like something with oil and gold, or not oil in the war. And he said something, I was like, oh my gosh, gold's probably gonna go up. So gold dumped, and I bought gold, and I was buying gold because of what he said, because I was like, it's gonna keep going up. Sometimes it might be little things, but some of these, I'll be honest with you guys. Some of these words this guy says, I'm like, don't know what the F it means, dog. Like, I didn't go to my social studies for that. But yeah, like I said, I don't know when this is gonna start. It might be like 12:30 or even 1 o'clock in the afternoon, or after the noon. Yeah, like afternoon.
It's not something that directly affects our mandate goals. So not at all. No, I did read his book.
But he's meeting with this guy.
Fair enough. It is a good book.
He's meeting with this guy right now at the White House. Trump's federal changes face legal hurdles. Trump summit with Jordan King to focus on Gaza. So, Trump summit with Jordan King to focus on Gaza. Forced displacement, Palestine. Live update, Trump to host Jordan's King as he escalates pressure on his Gaza resettlement plan. So that's what's going on. That's what's about to take place soon. I don't know how long. Like it was said, like it's like it's soon. Like it's soon. Maybe in the next hour, but in the afternoon. So we're still in the AM right now. Technically, still in the AM. So in the afternoon, I would think afternoon.
What you said before, but will you and your staff please take a look at this paper?
That's. Wonder. I'd love to see it. Gold will probably move then, because they're talking about the whole. You can see here Trump summit with Jordan King to focus on. That's what it's focused on. So gold might move. I wonder what they're. Yeah. This will probably. I didn't look at any of the currency pairs. Oh, Bitcoin dipping down to 96 maybe. Currency pairs going up. Dollar. Look at dollar last. Ooh, I didn't even look at the dollar once. Notice I didn't look at the dollar once this session. And I'm looking for gold buys. And dollar's dropping. Come on. The gold should look like that, but opposite, you know? Dollar's dropping. Yeah, it looks like currency pairs you can see going up. Yeah. Look at that. GJ tapped almost under that level. I'm still going to hold gold till the afternoon and try to see if I can hold it afternoon. Like maybe a couple more hours, like 2 more hours. 1 p.m.-ish. Well, a little bit over an hour. But yeah, maybe something like this sets up. But other than that, guys, keep an eye on the news maybe. Watch gold. Might move. Once they start, like you see how it says soon, like so he's gonna arrive there and then they're gonna do what they do, I guess. I don't know. Let's see. Keep an eye on the market just in case it might move in the next hour. Once they start the meeting and this little conference thing they're doing. Could still move into the afternoon because there's still news coming. But yeah, guys, W's today. I hope you guys, you know, got that move. We're going to wrap it up. We'll be on tonight. Peace out. That's going to be it for me today. Oh, I just accidentally closed Powell. Didn't mean to do that.
Out safely. But I also want to note, we serve many essential workers, so we're going to make sure that those essential workers are getting to our hospitals.
Oh, is that Eagle? Eagle in the Eagle's one. Oh yeah, the Eagle's one. Yeah. I don't know what time he's speaking. It just, I don't know. That's not necessarily like. It was said to be like 11:30, 12, like these hours. It's soon. Like it's soon. It's, you know. Could be maybe in the next hour, I would say. I don't really know exactly when he's speaking, exactly at what minute or hour time. Might be, I would assume, maybe in the next hour. But yeah, I'm out, guys. Peace out. We'll be back on tonight on 10 p.m. session before London session. Late Tokyo. Peace out, peace out, peace out.
Employees are there to help you listen to their instructions, ask questions, and most importantly, come in and celebrate safely. Bring your Valentine to the parade and celebrate safely and ride SEPTA and get home safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Watlington, some people are asking us about those public schools.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, want you to know I missed the assignment. I want you to know I wore green Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Okay. But when I saw Manager and Director Teal's tie over there, I forgot. But I'll wear it next year when we come back. Madam Mayor, we're pleased to announce that all schools in the School District of Philadelphia and the Dr.